How lovely are your dwelling places, oh yeah. How lovely are your dwelling places, oh Yahuah, oh Yahuah. How lovely are your dwelling places, oh Yahuah, oh Yahuah. How lovely are your dwelling places. Show favor to me, oh Yahuah, for I cry to you. Show favor to me, for I cry to you. Show favor to me, oh Yahuah, for I cry to you. Show favor to me, for I cry to you. Oh Yahuah, oh Yahuah. Show favor to me, for I cry to you. Oh Yahuah, oh Yahuah. Show favor to me, for I cry to you. Bring joy to my being, I'm your servant, oh yeah. Bring joy to my being.
The audio conference will now begin.
Oh, yeah.
This conference is being recorded.
To my being, I'm your servant, oh yeah. Bring joy to my being, oh yeah. Oh Yahuah, oh Yahuah. Bring joy to my being, oh yeah. Oh Yahuah, oh Yahuah. Bring joy to my being, oh yeah. How lovely are your dwelling places. Get more music and motivation for your spiritual journey at setapartheart.com. I'll see you on the blog. Talk to you later. Bye.
Make a
Yahuah makes you smile, 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 makes you smile. Yahuah makes you smile, 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 smile. Your love gives me reason to wake up. Your love gives me reason to smile. Your love gives me so much purpose. Your love is so precious. Your love gives me reason to wake up. Your love gives me reason to smile. Your love gives me so much purpose. Your love is so precious to me.
Hear the prophets, holy men of old, with the message that must be told of the coming rise of a kingdom and the end of Gentile reign.
Over all creation, for the earth is crying out to be free from lies and corruption. Let the truth be spoken now.
Rolling stone and conquering lion, tearing all those kingdoms down. Those against the hour of creation, tell the world, shout it out loud. It's the kingdom of Yah, flowing down from the high place, New Jerusalem, bringing blessings to all, peace and
Shabbat Shalom to you all, Mashpaka. It is wonderful to be here today, and it is great to see each and every one of you. I want to say Shalom to you all in the great name of Yahuah. We give him praise, honor, and esteem for this opportunity to assemble once again. Looking forward to a great fellowship today, family, and Yahuah willing, it will be so. I want to begin by greeting the family, and so give me a moment while I get all that in order. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to the family here on Fuse, to the family on YouTube, and also to the family who are listening to us via Facebook. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to each and every one of you today, Mashpaka. I want to take some time to say Shabbat Shalom to my Aki Yaderic. It is wonderful to see you as always, Aki. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to Aki Willie. Great to see you, my Aki. And also want to say Shabbat Shalom and welcome to Aki Yahuah, who I believe may be joining us for the first time. Want to say, I'm sorry, there's Aki. Okay, Aki Yahuah, Aki Kenan. Praise Yahuah. Okay, praise Father. You know, I saw the scenery and I thought it was you, Aki, but I wasn't too certain. I thought, well, no, maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember correctly, but praise Yahuah. Wonderful to see you, Aki. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to Akut Sharon. It is wonderful to see you, Akut, on this Shabbat. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to my Akut Mary. Akut Mariam. Wonderful to see you, Akut. Shabbat Shalom to you. And also to my Akut Mahalia. Yasharal. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you, Akut. Wonderful to see you, my dearly beloved Akut. And the same to my Akut Joan. It is wonderful to see you, Akut. Greetings to you in the name of Yahuah today. Halal hu Yahuah. I'm scanning the screen. Okay, I see. I'm going to get to her shortly. Akut Adelaide. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to Akut Jeanette. It is wonderful to see you, Akut Jeanette Yakanun. Wonderful to see you, Akut. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to my Aki Franklin. Great to see you, Aki. Indeed, a baraka to be here and to share in this fellowship with you today. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to my Aki Delayahu. Greetings to you, Aki. Wonderful, wonderful to see you. Also want to greet Akut Sharia. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you, Akut Sharia. Wonderful to see you on this Shabbat also. And to Akut Carmen, the same. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you, my dear Akut. Also to Akut Angela, I want to say Shabbat Shalom. Mashpaka, wonderful to see you, Akut. And to my Akut Amunah, wonderful to see you, Akut. Shabbat Shalom to you and to your Bayat. May the Shalom of Yahuah continually be upon you, my Akut, and upon your Bayat, and to all of the family represented here. Also want to greet my Akut Adelaide. It is wonderful to see you, Akut. Hope that you are doing well, and I praise Yahuah for yet another opportunity to share in just a wonderful fellowship with you today. Also to my Aki Daniel, greetings to you, Aki, and Shalom in Yahuah's name. Great to see you all, Mashpaka, on this, the set-apart day of Yahuah, as we assemble and we come together to give esteem to his great name and to say Tuda Yahuah for all you have done. And I hope I did not miss anyone here on Fuse. And so I'm going to turn my attention to YouTube here for a moment. So bear with me just for a second while I get to YouTube and say shalom to the family there on YouTube. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to Aki Edward. Wonderful to see you today, Aki. Also to Aki Alex. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you, also my Aki. Also, I want to say Shabbat Shalom to Praise Yahuah and Todah to you, Praise Yahuah. Also want to greet my Aki Wenyahu. Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki, to you and to your Bayat. Shabbat Shalom. Wonderful to see you as always. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to my Akut Sharia. Shabbat Shalom to you and to your Bayat Akut. Wonderful to see you as always. And also want to say Shabbat Shalom to Akut Cynthia. And to all of the family listening whose names are not represented on the screens. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you all, to the family on Facebook who I don't monitor Facebook as far as who's listening directly because it would take too much processing power for me to have all those windows open. But I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you. I know that you're listening, and just want to greet you in the name of Yahuah. So family, it is wonderful to be here, wonderful to be with you today. I praise Yahuah for this opportunity because it is He that truly make it possible. And so I want to say Shabbat Shalom to each and every one of you today. Hallelujah. I'm going to take a moment here, family, and we played the welcome, the introductory welcome in which you heard the shofar, but as we prepare to go to prayer, I want to go ahead and I want to sound the shofar, and I'm going to blow the shofar, and then we're going to open up in prayer here today. I ask that Yahuah would guide us, that He would lead us, and that He would be esteemed, that He would strengthen us, and lead us in His wisdom. Halahu Yahuah. Praise Yahuah. So I'm going to sound shofar here, mashpaka, and then we're going to get started in our officially in our fellowship today. Praise Yahuah. Hallelujah. Praise Yahuah. Turn our faces toward His set apart place today as we seek His favor, as we seek His guidance. Hallelujah. Yahuah. As we seek His set apartness. Praise Yahuah. Hallelujah. Father, we barak your great name. And as we come before you today, we say, Tuda Yahuah, for your great compassion, for your favor, for your mercy, for your sympathy. Hallelujah. Yahuah. As we come, Yahuah, we barak your name, because truly there's not a name deserving of praise like yours. And so we give you esteem, Yahuah Akkad. We barak you, we honor you. Father, as we come, we ask that you would accept the sacrifices of our lips. I pray, Yahuah, that the words of our mouths today and the meditation of our hearts would be found acceptable in your sight, O Yahuah. We pray that as we open your word, that you would reveal yourself to us, that you would strengthen us, lead us, and guide us. We pray, Yahuah, for the continued awakening of your people. We pray that you would continue to shake with this great earthquake, and that your people who have been asleep for a long time would arise, and let our enemies be scattered, Yahuah. I pray that you would give us strength in the turmoil. I pray, Yahuah, that you would give us wisdom, that you would gird us in your truth, Yahuah, that we would seek for you with our whole heart. We pray, Father, that your name would be esteemed continually among us. We pray, Yahuah, that you would put in us a hunger for you that only you can satisfy. We pray, Yahuah, that you would put in us a desire and a passion for your truth, that it can only be satisfied and can only be quenched, can only be satisfied by you. We pray that our hunger for you would not be quenched, but Yahuah, that we would desire for you feverishly and continually. And so as we come before you today, Father, we ask for your barakah upon every household that is represented here today. Father, I lift up the cause of your people, those who are hurting, those who are sick. Father, Araki, Yahu, and all of our family who are ill and hurting. We praise you, Yahuah, for your deliverance. We praise you for answered prayers. We praise you for hearing the cry of your people and for responding to our prayers where you have. We praise you for healing and for deliverance. And Father, we praise and thank you again for your continued awakening. And so let your word go forth to the nations. And wherever your people are scattered, let it go forth and let it reach them. Let it touch their hearts, let it reach their ears, and let it pierce their consciousness. I pray. Let the awakening continue, Yahuwah. In Yahusha's name. Aman. Allahu Yahuwah. Praise Yahuwah. Praise Yahuwah. Once again, family, we give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem. Allahu Yah. Because truly He alone deserve our praise. And so I want to say once again, Shabbat Shalom, and welcome to each and every one of you today, Mashpaka. I want to take a moment, if I would, to open up the microphone to anyone who may, if you would like to come forward, just to give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem today. Want to encourage you to do so before we get into our study today, before we dive into Yahuwah's word. So if there's anyone who would like to come forward, do encourage you to do so, family. I know that the family on YouTube is unable to come to the mic, but for the family on Fuse, you can raise your flag and come forward. I see my Aki Matat Yahu. Please go ahead, Aki. Please go ahead. I'm gonna mic is yours, Aki.
Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah.
Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki.
It's none other than me, Keenan. Yahuwah just gave me my name, Warrior Meta Yahu.
Allahu Yahuwah.
Yahuwah, and praise Yahuwah for giving me my new name.
Allahu Yahuwah.
That's all.
Oh, praise Yahuwah, Aki. And Tudah for sharing, and we give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem for that. Because Yahuwah, He said that He would put in us, coming from the book of Yeshayahu, chapter 44, that He would put in us the desire to take on His name. Some will call themselves by the name of Yahuwah, some will call themselves by the name of Yahakab, some will call themselves Yasharal, He said, some will call themselves by the name of their ancestors. And so Yahuwah put that in His people as the awakening continues. And so I give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem for doing that, for doing just that in your life, Aki. And so praise Yahuwah, my Aki, Matat Yahu, Halal Huya, warrior for Yahuwah. Okay, let me go to my Aki Franklin. Please go ahead, Aki.
Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Kai.
Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki. Great to hear you.
I just want to give Yahuwah praise for answering my prayers. A couple of weeks back, I asked you guys to pray for me because I had an interview that I had to go to, and I just want to thank Yahuwah for answering my prayer. Actually, this week I've gotten the job offer from that interview that I went to.
Praise Yahuwah.
And I just want to praise Yahuwah for that. And Tudah Rabbi Yahuwah and Tudah Rabbi Mishpachah for lifting me up in prayer. I just thank Yahuwah for all that He's done and all that He will continue to do for me.
Allahu Yahuwah. Allahu Yahuwah. Praise Yahuwah, Aki. We rejoice with you. We rejoice with you, and we give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem. And we say, Tudah Yahuwah, for hearing the cry of your people. Praise Yahuwah. As we continue, as we go into our study today, we will be reminded of that. We will be reminded of that Yahuwah will not continue to allow His set-apart people to be in need without responding. And so we give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem. I want to say also to you, Aki, for remembering to return and to give thanks to Yahuwah for what He has done, to give esteem to Yahuwah for what He has done. And so we truly barak Yahuwah for that testimony today. Praise Father. Let me go to Akut Angela. Please go ahead, Akut Angela. Mic is yours, Akut.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Nice and clear.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I'm going to piggyback off my brother just a few minutes ago. When we prayed, when Yahuwah pressed upon um, your heart to pray for us. And excuse me, I came forth, and I just want to let you guys know that that same week after you guys prayed, I had an interview,
Praise Yahuwah.
and I did get the job.
Praise
And I
Yahuwah.
just want to thank Yahuwah um, for you taking the stand and praying for us. Um, it's going on. Yah is doing his thing,
Yes, indeed.
and I'm not one that talks on this thing here. So I'm kind of nervous, but I just want to give all praise to Yahuwah, because I'm on that road. So I like I said, I want to piggyback off my brother that Toda Rabbah, Yahuwah, and to you and the fam, the
Praise
Mashpachah,
Yahuwah.
for praying. And I see Yahuwah doing his will in my life. I
Allah.
relinquish the mic.
Allahu Yahuwah again to the for sharing a coot. We give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem for hearing the cry of his people. You know, we read Yahukanan, the servant of Yahuwah, said, "This is the confidence that we have concerning Yahuwah." This is the confidence that we have, that if we ask anything according to his will, we know that he hears us, because he is not the Elohim that have ears but do not hear. He is not the Elohim that have eyes but do not see. And he is not the Elohim that have lips but do not speak. But he is the Elohim that sees. He is the Elohim that hears. He is the Elohim that speaks. And he is the Elohim that does. The Elohim that
Okay.
respond on behalf of his people. And so for that, we give Yahuwah praise. And,
Hallelujah.
I just want to say again to the Akut for coming forward and for sharing what
Yes.
Yahuwah has done and is doing in your life and in the life of his people, because it brings encouragement to all of us to know that
Yes.
Yahuwah hears and that Yahuwah respond. And it's just a matter of time. We are not forgotten, you see. Yahuwah has not forgotten his people, and he will see
Okay.
us through.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Praise Yahuwah. Tuda, Akut. Tuda. Let me go to my Aki Yaderic. Please go ahead, Aki.
Um, can I be heard?
Yes, you can. Nice and clear, Aki.
Shabbat shalom, mashpaka.
Shabbat Shalom.
It's in my heart. I'm feeling the blessings, the bahuk that's going over the mashpaka, and it's making my heart happy. I really wanted to come forward and just remind everyone and encourage everyone to stay strong through this darkness that's coming over us. This week has
Yes.
been so clear to me to show that we as a nation are so divided on things that are coming against us, and we
Yes.
have to endure, and we have to persevere, and we have to stay strong. And I just wanted to put that out there for the Mashpaka. Whatever you're dealing with, stay strong, endure, put forward that which you want the Mashpaka to pray for you, and we'll go before Yahuwah and pray on those things for each and every one. Stay strong, family. Stay strong, family. I
Praise
release the
Yahuwah.
mic.
Allahu Yahuwah. Praise Yahuwah. And to the Aki for that encouragement, to the for that admonition. And what you said there is so vital, because we are a people divided, and I'll talk about that a little bit later on. But we give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem among his elect, among his people. It will not remain that way. Right now, it is that way. Even among his elect, it is that way, but it will not remain that way. And so we are in Babal. We are waking up in literally in confusion. And so when you wake up in confusion, you find yourself stumbling over stuff, stumbling over yourself, stumbling over your shoes, your own whatever, and stumbling over other people. But in time, Yahuwah is going to bring clarity to the situation. We give him esteem for that. But be encouraged, stay encouraged. It has been quite a week, and I am burdened by everything that I see. I am always burdened. I am continually burdened by all that I see. That's why I talk about it so much. That's why I can't shut up. That's why I can't keep quiet, because I'm continually burdened by everything that I see. And so praise Yahuwah. Yahuwah is great. Yahuwah is great. Hallelujah. Let me go to my Aki Delayahu. Please go ahead, Aki.
Shabbat shalom, Mashbakas. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom to you, Aki. Great to hear you.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming,
Great.
Aki. I couldn't wait for this day to come. I tell you. um, I just want to say, basically that I just want to say, Tuda to Yahuwah, and I'm so happy that I was awakened and I'm aware of truth, Aki, because it's we living in trying times, as you say. And um, yesterday I had got into almost not a confrontation, but I went a little more deeper than what I should have with a conversation with a couple of people who I know, and it's so funny to see how Satan he shakes when you mention the name of Yahuwah. It's
Yes.
like it's it's I can't even explain the resistance and how definitive these people were just for the mention of his name, and when everything was brought, with the truth and with facts and stuff, that they were so blinded to, they couldn't even comprehend it when it was easy as one, two, three. I mean, the simplest of things are key. And
Yes.
I just bless. I just say Tudah Yahuwah, just Tudah, because I was once like them,
Yes. Yes.
but one thing about me, I always eat the meat and spit out the bones.
Mm-hmm.
But when you run across individuals who just rebuke it, and no matter what you say, they always have something to say,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the whole reason for sitting there listening. It's like, why? But then, as I walked away out of frustration,
Mm-hmm.
not out of defeat,
Mm-hmm.
because I dropped my seed and I walked away as I was supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed there a little too long
Mm-hmm.
because it turned into a word for word, tit for tat kind of battle
Mm-hmm.
with a couple people who think they knew it all,
Mm-hmm.
but really they didn't, because even a donkey can appear to be wise if he keep his
Mm-hmm.
mouth closed.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
So the more they talked, and the more they talked was about nothing, the more I see that I was there talking for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of walked away from the situation, and when I got in the car, I was so frustrated. But then it's like something just came to my spirit. It said, "Do not cast my pearls amongst swine."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Wow, is that what I just did?"
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, "Man, it's not for everybody.
That's right. That's right.
Not for everybody." When Yahusha came and his own kind rejected him,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I can only assume that happened to, what I'm saying, for the same thing that happened to us, Aki. And I just got to make sure that instead of telling, when I do tell, I ask questions and let them probe themselves, because I can dominate a conversation by telling people things, but I can control a conversation by asking them strong things.
Absolutely.
So I'm still trying to master that part, but the spirit get in me, and it's like, it just rips through my body, and I understand now that some people are just meant to be drinking milk.
Mm-hmm.
They're not meant for a little substance and a little meat in their
Yes.
lives. So
Yes.
if that's where they're comfortable at in the Arcade, and I think that's where I just need to let alone and continue being a student, and just stay in my lane. I drop a seed and then walk off, and if they are really called by Yah, then I
Yes.
think that they did the same thing I did, which
Yes.
was to go and seek him, which I got my name from. Thank you, who Yah draws, because he
Praise
draw.
Yahuwah.
And
Hallelujah.
that's all I just want to say. I just want to say, Tudah Yahuwah, this awakening is real, and it cannot be stopped.
That's right.
And I release the mic.
Praise Yahuwah and Tada Aki for sharing. You stated some powerful truths, and we give Yahuwah praise and esteem for that. We see that that's the best way, and we learn this from Yahuwah himself. As he walked among us, what he did was, when he encountered the proud, he told them nothing, but he asked them everything. You see, that's what he did. When he encountered the proud, he told them nothing, but he asked them everything. That's what he does. You see, because you cannot get through to a prideful person. When you talk to them, they, instead of number one, they're not wise, because what the wise will do is the wise will listen, the wise will assess before responding. When you talk to a prideful, foolish person, they're not focused on nothing you're saying, but instead, while you're talking, they're busy trying to come up with a way to, yeah, to attack. You see, they're not concerned with nothing you've said, nothing you're saying. They're just busy trying to come up with a way to counter, and not even a good counter. You see, not even a good counter, because if you're countering, at least you're countering what is being said. You see, so it's not even a good counter. It's not a strategic counter. You see, they're just busy trying to re-up to throw blows. That's all they're doing, you know. And so, yeah, as Yahuah rightly tells us, don't throw pearls among swines, lest they take it, chew it up, spit it out, trample it underfoot, because they know not the value in that thing. There's something else that's true too, that not everybody who might be living in the pig pen today will be there tomorrow. They might be swine today, they might be in the pig pen today, but they might be transformed tomorrow. You see, they might be transformed in a little while. They might be transformed after a long while. You know, and so in that case, sometimes what was sown is a seed that somebody will come back and will water later. And somebody else will come back and water it again a little bit more. And before you know it, the seed grows. And I believe sometimes Yahuah allows it to be that way so that we don't get puffed up and big-headed and begin to take credit for his work. I believe sometimes he allows it to be that way for that reason. And so, you know, but yes, it's okay, but be encouraged, Aki. I've been in situations like that. I've been in situations where I stayed there too long, talk too much, and then my flesh and my emotions begin to get in the way, because you know, you're dealing with somebody who's operating out of their emotions and their flesh, and so now flesh and flesh begin to war, you know. So I've been there before, but Yahuah teaches us in that. And what I've learned, it's a part of the learning process. What I've learned in the process is exactly what I just said. What I noticed about Yahuah when he encountered the prideful. He tells them nothing, but he asks them everything. You see. Yes, indeed. All right. So let me go to Aki Keith. Please go ahead, Aki.
Shabbat Shalom, Aki. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki.
Okay, I just want to say two things real quick. Number one, all praise to Yahuah for using you to spread his word. Because myself, I truly appreciate it.
Oh, praise Yahuah.
I mean, it's like, what's that saying in Jeremiah? Like fire shut up in my bones?
Yes.
I mean, this right here is real. And I truly appreciate it. And I know sometimes that you may not be feeling well, and I know you have a family, but still you do what Yahuah has you to do, and I appreciate that.
Praise Yahuah. Praise Yahuah.
Second, I want to say is all praise to Yahuah for my future wife, Carmen Maria Carmen.
Praise Yahuah.
I mean, she is like, she's crazy, but my type of crazy. I'm just saying. But I mean, she's a beautiful woman inside and out.
Praise Yahuah.
And I told her that you know, I'm truly barak to have her in my life. All praise to you, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Praise you. Yes. Yeah, it sound like me there, Aki. My wife, she's crazy, but my kind of crazy. And she don't like me to call her crazy though. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to Akut Kaya. Wonderful to see you, Akut, and by the way, congratulations to you, Aki, and to Akut Carmen. That's just a delightful thing, a baraka to hear. Yahuah said it is not good for man to be alone. You see, and so he made for us an help meet, and what that is that it takes two to build, right? We're building. He didn't put me to trample her down, beat my chest, and act like I'm King Kong of the jungle, but rather I can't say that I love Yahuwah, and I cannot be honored and respected by Yahuwah if I don't treat her right. You see, I am not honored and respected by Yahuwah. I am not favored by Yahuwah if I don't favor my wife, my Asha. And so I praise Yahuwah for that news, Aki. May Yahuwah continue to barak you and her. May your household be filled with favor, the favor of Yahuwah. Want to say also Shabbat Shalom to Akut. Forgive me, Akut. I want to say you'll have to. Is it Ranya? I'm not sure. RLANYA. I want to say Shabbat Shalom, and also to Akut Shakakan, which is Aki Wanyahu's Asha, Aki Wanyahu's wife. And so I want to say Shabbat Shalom. And again, Shabbat Shalom to all listening whose names may not be represented on the screens. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you all, Mashbaka. Wonderful to share in this fellowship with each and every one of you today. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to my Akut Kaz and to Aki Yahukanan. It is wonderful to see you, Mashbaka. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to Akut Gina, Akut Yaraya. You've been on my mind, Akut. Was wondering when I didn't see you yet, but great to see you, Akut. Indeed, a delight. To my Aki Trevin, I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you also, family. And we were just talking and sharing some testimonies, some of the testimonies of what Yahuwah has been doing in our lives. And did I greet Akut Gina? I hope I did. Shabbat Shalom to you, Akut Gina. Yes, but we were just sharing. I just asked everyone, if whoever would, if you would come to the mic and just give Yahuwah esteem, or whatever it is that you would like to share with the family. If you would come to the mic. And so we've heard some great testimonies from the family, and I want to say to that to you all for that, and to that to Yahuwah for what he's doing in providing jobs and answering our prayers as he has. And so we give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem for that. Now, before we go to our study, I just want to make sure if there's anyone else who would like to come to the mic, something that you would like to share, you want to barak the name of Yahuwah, then feel free. Yes, go ahead, Aki.
Shabbat Shalom to everyone once again. Thank Yahuwah for another Shabbat and a lesson that's going to go forth. And I just want to piggyback off Aki Keenan about appreciating Yahuwah using you. And you are sacrificing to let Yahuwah use you. Give wisdom when Yahuwah gives it to you. And I just want to say Shabbat Shalom, and I said Tidah for you in that. A lot of times we yet be humble. Yahuwah said the humble will be exalted by him. And I believe it's part of our responsibility as a people to give appreciation to one another. Because it's not us to praise ourselves, but we are to praise one another when it's in due time. But I just want to encourage you to continue with Yahuwah using you, because we need it. And all of us, because it can be a time that we can be down and Yahuwah can use. And I'm not just saying you, I'm just saying all of us. When we come on the mic, it's encouraging to hear everyone speak on Yahuwah and what he's done and what he's doing in our lives. And I just want to give all praise to Yahuwah for giving me wisdom and throughout the chaos and even in this captivity. I want to praise him for giving me wisdom, giving all of us wisdom, because this journey is not easy, especially when you turn into the truth You start to, you can see the ones that you thought were your friends, even your family, they start dropping off when the truth comes out. Because a lot of us, I was telling my brothers today here in the shop where he was talking to one of the other brothers about what's going on, and he was saying about how everybody seems like they don't want to come together. And I said, yeah, the enemy don't want us to come together as a nation because that's part of our makeup, what Yahuah is doing anyway. So I was just letting them know. I said, yeah, it's the pride of life. It's the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eye. And so, and I heard you earlier talking about the pridefulness of some people when we try to talk to them. And it reminded me of when Yahusha, that's just how Yahuah works. Because I actually was at home yesterday pondering on that. I was just thinking about that. I was thinking about when Yahusha was walking, when Yahuah was in the flesh and he was walking, and how he handled the adversaries and how he handled the Pharisees and all that. And I was like, and it was like he was saying that's how we kind of got to approach as well, because everybody's not going to listen, and we're going to always get backlash. But it was humbling me as well. Sometimes I have to, how I have to approach. I can't approach by just telling them, and it's not, because everyone, we can't give it to. We can't give you who it's worth to. It's not meant for everyone. So I just say Shabbat Shalom for the opportunity, and I give all praise to Yahuah for everything that he's doing. Shabbat Shalom.
Praise Yahuah. Praise Yahuah, Key, and Tuda for sharing, and Tuda for your encouragement and the encouragement of all the family. And I want to give a big shout out to my Aki Adi Al. Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki, and Tuda. I praise Yahuah for each and every one of you, Mashpaka. And when Yahuah put something in you, put a fire in you, you can't help but to. When he say run, you can't help but to run. I remember the prophet Al-Yahu, when Yahuah sent him with a word to Yashar Al, and Yahuah caused that man to run. He gave him a word and he told him to run, and he started running. He overtook the chariots and everything. Couldn't nobody stop him, you see. But that's the fire on the inside of him. When sometimes people won't understand when Yahuah put something in you, when he put a passion in you, they won't understand sometimes why it is that you got to be about your father's business. But when Yahuah puts something in you, there are times when nothing else can distract you, but you just got to be about your father's business, you see. And we can take no credit. When Yahuah put his word in you, you got to speak it, or it's going to become like a fire shut up in your midsection, in your belly. And so we just give Yahuah praise, honor, and esteem. I see my Akut Yariyah. So Akut, it is wonderful to see you, and it will be a delight to hear you. So please go ahead, Akut.
Shabbat Shalom, family. I had to come forth on my phone because I only have my tablet right now, and I don't think you could hear me.
Okay.
But I want to give the Father much praise and to say Shabbat Shalom to my beloved family. It's really a baraka when you find favor with the Father, Yahuah. There's nothing that anyone can do to stop it.
Yes.
And even if you don't understand what's going on, and he's guiding you, you just have to kind of let go of the steering wheel, yes. So to speak. And I'm just so thankful for him where he's brought me. I'm continuing to heal, and just wanted to come forth and give him praise for that, and to offer encouragement for all of those that may be continuing to go through and suffering. The Father is merciful, and I pray that his mercy rains down upon us continually and very soon. So praise be who I would come forth and say that and encourage everyone. All right, shalom.
Praise Praise Yahuah. Praise Father. And Tuda for sharing Akut. And Tuda for your words of encouragement and strength. And we give Yahuah praise, honor, and esteem for what He has done in your life and for what He continues to do and for what He will do. We give Yahuah praise, honor, and esteem. And we just truly Barak Yahuah for you, and you know, want you to know that we love and appreciate you, and may Yahuah just continue to barak you and to strengthen you in all that you do. Praise Yahuah. And so, family, once again, I want to say Toda Rabbah to you all for your encouragement and for all that you do. Praise Father. And, you know, I just want you all to know that we love and appreciate you all and truly give Yahuah praise, honor, and esteem for you also. All right, as we prepare to go, anyone else before we go? Let me say Shabbat Shalom to Akut Al Yashaba also too. Shabbat Shalom Akut. But please go ahead. I hear someone on the mic.
Tula Aki.
Shabbat Shalom.
I just want to Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Baka. It's good to hear everybody know still here and you are still faithful. I just want to come and give esteem to Yahuah for His faithfulness, for keeping His hand on us, you know what I'm saying, keeping us under His wing.
Yes.
Because it really is a sad, cold world out there, you know what I'm saying, and bodies being so scattered.
Yes.
There's a lot of distractions. But it's a baraka to be able to come together as a family, as a Mishpachah, and be able to express our, you know, similarities. So I just want to give esteem to Yahuah and thank Him for all of y'all, you know what I'm saying, and thank Him for His favor on us, you know.
Yeah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah. Shabbat Shalom Aki, and Tuda to you, and Tuda for coming forward, Aki. We truly give Yahuah praise, honor, and esteem, and say Tuda Yahuah for your favor on us. Hallelujah. Okay, well, if there are no other testimonies, comments, then what we're going to prepare to do is we're going to prepare to get into our study for today. If there's no one else who would like to come forward at this time, we're going to prepare to get into our study for today. I'm excited about our study, as always. Excited about continuing in our study in wisdom, you know, as a matter of fact, I'll say just one more quick thing as we prepare to go into our study. Yahuah has put in me the will. Yahuah has put in me the will. I'm gonna say it. The will. The will to speak on behalf of our people. He has put that in me. I say the will because I want to emphasize that when I say will, I want to emphasize that the way I feel, I feel as if I have no choice. That's the way I feel. I feel as if I have no choice but to speak. So He has willed it for it to be so. Okay? Yahuah has willed it for things that somebody else may look at and don't think anything much of it. Yahuah has willed it for it to stand out to me when it comes to injustice, when it comes to hypocrisy, and things that affect our people adversely. And so Yahuah has willed it for these things to stand out to me, and therefore I am compelled to speak concerning them. And so I recognize also that you cannot wake up a people, you cannot awaken a people who have been dumbed down concerning their history, who have been dumbed down concerning their reality, present and past. You cannot wake up a people who are systematically kept ignorant without bringing them a knowledge, seeking to bring them to the knowledge of what is, seeking to bring them to the knowledge of who they are, seeking to bring them to the knowledge of what is, seeking to bring them to the knowledge of the situations that they find themselves in, the situations that they face. Letting them know that it's not by accident, that it's not by coincidence that things are the way they are. You see, that's a part of sharing the good news. That's a part of sharing the Bashura. You see, we're not talking about the gospel. We're talking about the good news. We're talking about the Bashura. What is the Bashura of Yahuah to his people? The Bashura of Yahuah to his people, the good news of Yahuah to his people, is that, yes, you were disobedient. You rebelled against me. You rejected my Torah. You chose ignorance over knowledge. And therefore, you were being destroyed because of your choice of ignorance over knowledge. As a result of your disobedience and your choice of ignorance, you were driven. You chose captivity. You chose bondage. But the good news is that Yahuah said that he would not leave his people in ignorance. That the day would come when he would turn his heart back to his people. And that he would turn the heart of his people back to him. But this would be a people in absolute ignorance. This would be a people ignorant of the name of their father. This would be a people ignorant of their own names. This would be a people ignorant of their history. This would be a people ignorant of their heritage. And therefore, the only thing that's going to bring them salvation is knowledge. And so Yahuah says that I am going to awaken you from a very deep sleep. That I am going to cause you to arise, because you have been nothing but the walking dead. You have been like dead bones laying in a great mass grave, lying in a great big valley, and there has been no signs of life in you. Everybody that passed by you, the only thing they call you out of your name. They call you bywords. They hate on you. They kill you. They seek to destroy you. Nobody loves you. No one has loved you. And therefore, they have systematically targeted you for destruction. But for the favor of Yahuah, but for the hope of Yahuah, but for the mercy of Yahuah, but for the sympathy of Yahuah, a remnant have been sustained. Now that remnant has to awake, and the good news is that Yahuah will awaken the remnant. But in order for the remnant to be awakened, they have to be made known of their history. They have to be made known of their experience. When you talk to most black people I find know nothing about their history. Nothing about their history. Most black people know nothing about their history. Most black people know nothing about black experiences around the world, not just in America. When I speak, I don't just speak to Americans. When I speak, I don't just speak to somebody in some small island somewhere. When I speak, I don't speak to Jamaicans. When I speak to my people. I speak to our people, because we need to realize that Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Bahamians, African Americans, and all of these titles that they have given us, they were only given to us to keep us divided. They were only given to keep us separated, to keep us thinking of ourselves individually and separately. When we study the scriptures, Yahuah does not he does not have a constitution for individuals. He has a constitution for a nation. And as a people, we have got to see ourselves as a nation. When one suffer, we all suffer. When injustice is done to one, then injustice is done to all. And it doesn't matter, because of how we have been scattered, what my accent might be, because my people was scattered to another part. And what your accent might be, because your people was scattered to another part. It doesn't matter what the accent is. The injustice is what matters. When one suffers, we all suffer. And if one's suffering, we have a responsibility to stand up and to say something. We just read that from the book of Mashalim. Proverbs chapter 8 last week. Yahuah said, those that love him and those that fear him hate evil. So when you see evil being done to your people, even when they're asleep, you can't just turn your nose up and say, oh well, they are asleep, I'm awake, who cares? What matters is me. No, Yahuah doesn't look at it like that. Because even when his people are totally rebellious against him, Yahuah still grieves at their destruction. Yahuah grieves at the death of his people. You know who he doesn't grieve at? Their death. He doesn't grieve at the death of the wicked. Who is the wicked? Who is the wicked? He's talking about the other nations. Yes, Yasharal behaves wickedly. But when Yahuah talk about the wicked, he's talking about the other nations. The nations that was not chosen by him. He laughs at their destruction. You see? He laughs at their death. But he grieves at the death of his people. He grieves as a loving father would. He grieves when he sees us choose ignorance over knowledge. He grieves when he sees us choose idolatry over truth. He grieves. He grieves when he sees us fight against one another. He grieves. He grieves when he sees us being hypocritical toward one another. He grieves. He grieves when he sees us side with the enemies against each other. He grieves. Yes, Yahuah grieves for his people. Yahuah says, how can you say you love me if you hate your brother? How can you say you love me if you hate your brother? A lot of times we forget what the scripture shows us. We read the other day in the book of Zechariah, chapter 3, a picture of Yahuah delivering his people. And we see Yahusha being presented, Yahuah, our high priest, being presented. He's being presented as the high priest. And what the picture that is painted is that he was clothed in filthy garments. He was clothed in filthy garments. What does the filthy garment represent? The filthy garment represents us in our filthy state. You see, when Yahuah came to redeem us, he didn't come to redeem us because we were clean. He didn't come to redeem us because we have it together. He didn't come to redeem us because we're set apart. He didn't come to redeem us because we were perfect. He didn't come to redeem us because we were obedient. He came to redeem us because we were filthy. He came to redeem us because we were unclean. He came to redeem us because even though we are his chosen people, we were behaving and had become, we were behaving like and had become his enemy. And so even while we were still his enemy, Yahuah gave up his sacrifice for us to redeem us back to himself. You see. And so in spreading the good news and in sharing the good news with our people, the only way we're going to wake up a sleeping people walking dead, the only way we're going to wake up the walking dead, we got to be able to help them to see that the injustices that are being done, that they're purposefully being done, but that there is a reason why it's being done. A lot of people running around don't recognize that injustice exists. A lot of people running around, even black people, is like that Donald Trump advisor that just retired after making some racist statements about black people. The one that said that racism don't exist and that black people should remind me of Aki, I can't say Aki, You should remind me of Will, that used to be a part of that assembly, because he posted a video saying the same thing that she said. You see, he posted a video saying the same thing she said, and the same thing that other man, that other senator from somewhere down in the deep south said, which is that black people are lazy, black people are no good, black people only blame white people for their problems, and their own problems. They create their own problems, and no racism exists. That's what Will said. Okay? And so she just had to give up her post, but her giving up her post don't change anything. She's just simply echoing what her boss thinks, what her boss believes. Who's her boss? Donald Trump. Okay? But there are black people in America today who think just like that white woman, who think just like other people who think like that. There are black people in America today who do not believe that racism exists. I've been cussed out by family members, and I bring up that point. Cussed out. Cussed out. I've been cursed out by family members when I talk about systematic racism. Family member cussed me out. You see. So, to wake up a sleeping people, to wake up the walking dead, we got to shock them with the truth. We got to share the truth. We got to share the truth of what's happening. We got to highlight the injustices that take place. We got to highlight the fact that there is video evidence that shows that the cop planted a gun after... Wait. We got to highlight the fact that you have a situation in North Carolina right now where the lying police put out a report saying that a black cop killed the black man, when the video evidence is now showing that a white cop killed the black man and then planted a gun at the scene. Okay? These are things that we have to point out to a sleeping people. Okay? A people who have come to believe the news media and to believe that if you see it on TV, it must be true. A people who have come to believe and to trust the same one that have fondled them, raped them, and oppressed them their whole life. Not only to trust, but to defend their rapists, to defend their murderers. You see? Then you got to wake up, and the only way you're going to wake them up is by highlighting the facts. And so, I'm moved to do what I do. I don't feel like I have a choice. And I pray the people of Yahuah wake up. They're waking up. They're waking up. Do it quickly, Yahuah. Do it quickly. Hallelujah. Praise Yahuah. Yes, indeed. Praise Yahuah. Yes, indeed, they are. Yes, indeed, they are a Kukaz. Yes, indeed. Hallelujah. Yes, indeed. Then the cop gonna lie saying that he was reaching into his window. That how can you reach into a window that is closed? Didn't have no gun in the car, no way. But all of these are lies that they tell. These cops are running around with multiple guns on them. So when they kill somebody, they can put one on the scene. That's something they've always done. You see, having guns that are actually illegal. AK-47s, their own personal AK-47. Shouldn't even have it to begin with. Shooting at people. You see? Yeah, so we have a responsibility to cry out. Oh, I have a responsibility to cry out. You see? You are responsible for what you know. And there's something else that the scriptures tells us as we talk about wisdom. If you go to the book of Ecclesiasticus, tells you that knowledge increases sorrow. The more you know, the more you're awakened, the more persecution increases. You see? The more you're attacked, the more you're targeted. Yahuah says knowledge increases sorrow. You see? And ignorance is bliss. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, Mashpaka, we're going to continue to march on in Yahuwah's truth and in His Word. And so I'm going to prepare now to go to our study for today. We're continuing in the book of Mashali, Lessons in Wisdom. And so we're going to chapter 9 today. Praise Yahuwah. We're going to chapter 9 today, Mashpaka, Lessons in Wisdom. And so let me get that up on the screen here and make sure that, as a matter of fact, I'm going to make sure that all the screens are being shared. Bear with me here just for a second. Try to get that. Okay, let's see. Oh, you know what? There's one thing I need to do. There's a little shh coming in. I want to stop that so it don't affect the recording too much. Let me see if I can figure out where it's coming from very quickly. Okay. All right. Okay, there we go. All right. And so we're continuing in our study, Lessons in Wisdom. And today we're going to the book of Mashali. We're going back to the book of Mashali. We're actually studying through the book of Mashali. And since we have been studying, we have gone to other places and other writings and so on. And we'll continue to do that from time to time. Today we're going to chapter 9 in the book of Mashali, or Proverbs. Proverbs chapter 9. And so it is again my prayer that our study today will be a barakah to you, Mashpaka, and that Yahuwah would strengthen us in and through His word. Halal hu Yahuwah. And so here we go. Mashali, Proverbs chapter 9 is where we are picking up today. Mashali, or Proverbs chapter 9. Okay. I think I might have to make this a little bit bigger. Okay, let's try that. Mashali, our Proverbs chapter 9. The Proverbs of Shalomah, son of Dahood, king of Yasharal. For knowing wisdom and discipline, for understanding the words of understanding, for receiving the discipline of wisdom. So Shalomah writes this so that the reader may know wisdom and discipline, that the reader may understand the words of understanding, and that the reader may be able to receive the discipline of wisdom, set apartness, right ruling, and straightness, for giving insight to the simple, knowledge and discretion to the young. It's nothing wrong with finding yourself in a simple state, but there is something wrong in remaining in that simple state. What makes a person simple is the lack of knowledge. And if there is a lack of knowledge, there is a lack of wisdom. And if there is a lack of knowledge and wisdom, then there is a lack of discipline. And where there is a lack of discipline, guess what? Destruction lurks. Destruction lurks. As a people, and even as a people awakening, we have to learn the value of discipline. We've got to learn the value of discipline. We've got to learn the value of discipline. We've got to know the value of discipline. We've got to be disciplined. We've got to walk disciplined. You see, we've got to act disciplined. We've got to respond disciplined. What the enemy fears most is a disciplined people. What the enemy fears most is a disciplined fighter. You see, it's difficult to defeat someone who is disciplined and tactical, but quite easy to topple a brawler. Someone who's just swinging all over the place. Have no purpose. Have no focus. Have no vision. And have no goal. We've got to be disciplined. The wise one hears and increases learning. The wise one hears and increases learning. So the wise one listens, and in listening increases learning, and the understanding one gets wise counsel. The understanding one seeks out wise counsel, or understanding a proverb and a figure, the words of the wise and their riddles. You see, wise people speak in parables oftentimes, because wisdom is not for fools. Wisdom is not for fools. And the wise does not just go about throwing out or throwing around wisdom, because wisdom is not for fools. That's why Yahuah tells us that we ought not to cast our pearls among swines. Yes, chapter 9, Aki, I'm sorry. That's why Yahuah tells us not to go about casting pearls among swines, because wisdom is not for fools. You see, wisdom is not for fools. Now, going back, he says, the wise one hears and increases learning, and the understanding one gets wise counsel, or seeks out wise counsel. For understanding a proverb and a figure, the words of the wise and their riddles. Verse 7, the fear of Yahuah is the beginning of knowledge. The fear of Yahuah is the beginning of knowledge. So the fear of Yahuah is the beginning of knowledge. If one does not fear Yahuah, then they will lack lasting knowledge. You know, you have vain knowledge and you have worthwhile knowledge. Some people are filled with vain knowledge. They know a whole lot of stuff, but stuff that is of no value. And so knowledge is simply knowing. That's what knowledge is. Not being ignorant to a matter. But we've got to be tactical in what we decide we're going to educate ourselves on. What we're going to spend time knowing. Because you can spend a whole lot of time knowing vain things, gaining vain knowledge. You have a whole lot of people out there who are knowledgeable in vanity, knowledgeable in vain things. Yeah, they know a lot. They can have a conversation with you and they can sound educated. But yet the thing that they're educated in is of no value to themselves nor to their people. They've been educated by their enemy. You see. And so they spend a whole lot of time gaining knowledge in vanity rather than in things of substance. When you have been educated in substance, it moves you. It moves you to act in ways that add value to your life and the lives of those that you come in contact with. But when you are vain, when the knowledge that you possess is vain, you know what? The only thing you're moved to act in? You're moved to act in selfishness, self-centeredness. Vain knowledge puffs up. You see? Vain knowledge puffs up. Worthwhile knowledge humbles. Worthwhile knowledge humbles and empowers. Vain knowledge puffs up. You see? Vain knowledge leads us away from Yahuah. Worthwhile knowledge draws us closer to Yahuah. A lot of people spend too much time on vain stuff, vain knowledge, learning vain things. So therefore, it is important that we learn with purpose. That purpose drives our learning. That purpose drives our studying. That purpose drives our research. That's not to say that because purpose drives your study, that purpose drives your research, that you do not question. If you're not questioning things, then you're not studying. So purpose does not a person who studies with purpose, seeking for worthwhile knowledge, seeking for value, knowledge of value, simply because you're studying with purpose, simply because you're searching with purpose, simply because you're seeking with purpose, it does not leave you in a place of, say, where you're entering into a situation with preconceived notions. No. Simply because you're searching with purpose doesn't mean that you close yourself off to the possibility that you may encounter some things that are false, that you may encounter some things that have been tainted and twisted. When you're searching with purpose, then you're also quite inquisitive. You ask questions because there's a purpose to your search. What you're searching for is truth. And what you want then is the truth, the whole truth, and absolutely nothing but the truth. Therefore, you're willing to examine. You're willing to question. You see. You're willing to admit that, okay, if I encounter something that I don't quite understand, something I might be suspicious of, and you're willing to say, you know what? There's something about this I don't get. Maybe I'm missing something. I'm going to come back to it later. You're willing to revisit a matter. You see. Because you're searching with purpose. It says, my son, heed the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the Torah, the instructions of your mother. You see, so knowledge, the fear of Yahuah is the beginning of knowledge. Knowledge begins with fearing Yahuah. When we fear Yahuah, if we truly fear Yahuah, I'm talking about real fear. When we fear Yahuwah, knowing that even though Yahuwah is powerful, Yahuwah is also, even though he's loving, he is also powerful. And even though he is forgiving, he is also vengeful. He is also wrathful. He is also just. And so having a real fear of Yahuwah and a real fear for Yahuwah, healthy fear. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and discipline. And so anybody that you encounter who despises wisdom and discipline, I encounter a lot of people like that on a daily basis. Not even concerning the things of Yahuwah, concerning everything. Fools despise anything good. Fools despise structure. You see? Fools despise discipline. We're talking about discipline here also. Fools despise discipline. Anybody that you hear who like to murmur at structure, that's the first clue that you're dealing with a fool. They like to murmur at structure. Good structure is the first clue that you're dealing with a fool. Here's a microphone open, family. If you could just double check to make sure your mic's muted for me. Okay? So fools hate discipline. Fools hate structure. Now my son, heed the discipline of your father and do not forsake the instructions of your mother. For they are a fair wreath on your head and chains about your neck. Now, let me just say this, that what I will say is that let me go back here for a second. What I will say is that when they talk about wreath here, we're dealing with translation. And oftentimes I like to tell people that there's a difference between the Bible and the scriptures. I gotta find the mic that's unmuted. There's a mic open, family. Just make sure your mic's muted for me. It comes into the recording and it's a bit distracting. Okay, Tuda. All right. So when you find bear with me just for a second. Let me get this out of the way. Yes, so you're dealing with translation. And the Bible is translation. It's a translated book named after a pagan deity, as I've said before. The problem is with a lot of people who are stuck in different falsehoods and lies is that they take the Bible as the word of Yahuwah. The Bible is not the word of Yahuwah. The Bible is fraught with lies and mistranslations and even contradictions. The Bible. I'm not talking about the scriptures. I'm talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the translation that's named after a pagan sun deity. Not talking about the scriptures. As a matter of fact, as I say this, let me put something up on the screen for all to see. Biblos. I'm talking about Biblos. I'm not talking about the scriptures. You see. The Bible is a flawed book written by a people intent on stealing the true identity of the people of the scriptures. A pagan people. Idol worshipping, idol loving people. A wicked people, a lying people. You see. That's who gave us the Bible. So as we read in the text where you see it says that it talk about wreath, I'm just highlighting this here for a moment. If you look this up, it wouldn't say wreath. What's this in reference to? It's in reference to a European custom. It's actually in reference to idolatry. Wreath, just the word wreath used in the translation. It's actually an idolatrous reference. It's idolatry. It's the way of the Greeks, not the black Greeks, not the people of Yahusha living in Greece in ancient times, I'm talking about the European Greeks. A part of their customs, well, the wreath is a symbol of what they call anointing. You see, of an anointed one. The wreath is a symbol of an anointed one. And so, for example, you will see idols, Zeus and others, with wreaths on their heads. Okay? And so I just want to clarify this, that this wouldn't be a wreath on his head. It would be, you could say, mitre, or you could say a covering, or you could say a turban on his head, but not a wreath. So I'm looking at Mashali, Proverbs chapter 9. As a matter of fact, I don't think I'm in the right chapter here, am I? Actually, I'm in the wrong chapter. I was wondering why it was reading like that, but I was in the wrong chapter. But let me just point that out. So in chapter 1 of Mashali, I started out in the wrong chapter, family. I'm sorry. I should have been in chapter 9. I was wondering why it was reading like that, and I didn't quite catch on. Chapter 9. I think Keith Franklin tried to get my attention. Sorry about that, family. But when it talk about being a wreath on his head, it's really not wreath. That comes from Greek culture. Okay, so let me highlight that. Nonetheless, let's go to chapter 9. This is where we should be today. And again, I want to apologize for that, family. But this is where we really are today. We're dealing with the 7 pillars of wisdom. The 7 pillars of wisdom. Okay? We had already covered chapter 1. And so I was actually in the wrong chapter. Okay. So we're dealing today with the 7 pillars of wisdom. This is where we should be. Okay? So, going to chapter 9. Wisdom has built her house. She has hewn out the 7 columns, or 7 pillars. She has slaughtered her meat. She has mixed her wine. She has also prepared her table. So wisdom has built her house. She has hewn out its 7 columns, its 7 pillars. And so wisdom lays a foundation. Wisdom is driven by purpose. Wisdom acts with purpose. Right? Wisdom has built her house. She has hewn out its 7 pillars, its foundation. She has also slaughtered her meat. She has mixed her wine. She has also prepared her table. She has sent out her young women. She cries out from the highest places of the city. Who is simple? Let him turn and hear. As for him who lacks heart, she says to him, come, eat of my bread and drink of the wine I have mixed. So earlier I said, I was in chapter 1, but earlier I said that, and I was saying it because the same thing is echoed in chapter 1, but I was saying it with chapter 9 in mind. But earlier I said, if you recall, I said that there's nothing wrong with starting out being simple. There is something wrong with remaining simple. And so wisdom looks for the simple. Yahuah looks for the simple. You see? There's nothing wrong with starting out being simple, but there is something wrong with remaining simple. And what keeps us simple is ignorance. You see, what keeps us simple is ignorance. So wisdom builds its house, has built her house. She has hewn out its 7 pillars. She has slaughtered her meat. She has mixed her wine. She has also prepared her table. She has sent out her young women. She cries out from the highest places of the city. Who is simple? Let him turn and hear. As for him who lacks heart, she says to him, come eat of my bread and drink of the wine I have mixed. Leave the simple ones and live and walk in the way of understanding. Leave the simple ones and live and walk in the way of understanding. Now, family, let me remind you that there's a contrast being drawn here between wisdom and the foolish woman, the idolatrous woman, the whoring woman. Because if you remember, in chapter 7, chapter 5, 6, 7, and 8, it talked about the simple woman. It talked about the whorish woman. And what does she do? She calls out in the street also. She calls out to the simple. And she seeks to lead the simple astray. But wisdom is also calling out. And so for all of us, we have a choice to make. That's why Yahuah says, I place before you life and death, a baraka and a curse. And then he says, choose life. And so all of us have a choice to make. And so wisdom cries out in the street. But folly, the harlot, also cries out. The problem is that most will ignore wisdom and will choose the idolatry. So wisdom calls out. Wisdom builds her house. Notice the difference between wisdom and the harlot, if you recall. The harlot never built no house. She did not build her house. What did the harlot do? The harlot was possessing her husband's house. The husband was away, and what the harlot did was the harlot went out, sat at the door, sat at the door of her house, lurked around the corners of the street looking for anybody that she can entice to lure them into her house. The foolish woman is not a homemaker. She is a home destroyer, while wisdom uses its time and energy to build a house. The fool tears down the house. The fool destroys the house. And so between chapter 5, 6, 7, and 8 talks about the foolish. 5, 6, and 7 talks about the foolish woman. Chapter 8 and 9 now begins to talk about wisdom. Talk about the wise. And it's contrasting the doing of the wise as opposed to the doing of the wicked. One is lazy. One works hard. The other works hard. One builds, the other tears down. One is whorish, the other is committed. One is untrustworthy, the other is trustworthy. One is loud, the other is modest yet strong. One has knowledge, the other is ignorant. One is honest, the other is a liar. One is humble, the other is prideful. And so wisdom builds its house, and wisdom, the pillars of wisdom, and you know that there are many different lists given as to what the 7 pillars of wisdom are. I like this list. But there are many ideas out there of what the 7 pillars of wisdom are. But I believe that this is in line with the scriptures. And so wisdom, a person who acts in wisdom, everything that they do would be built on these 7 pillars. Everything that they do, their actions are guided by honesty, integrity, knowledge. Your actions have got to be guided by honesty, integrity, knowledge, discipline, instruction, humility, and ethics. You've got to have a standard by which you operate and a standard by which you think. A set apart standard. And so, a person who acts wisely in all that they do, whether it's in building a family, building a home, whether it is in their workplace or walking down the street, in their interaction with people, they live a life based on honesty, integrity, knowledge, discipline, loves instruction, follows instruction, right instruction. They're humble, and they live by a standard of ethics. Of course, that standard of ethics is Yahuwah's standard. Because there are many standards of ethics in the world. But the standard of ethics that we live by is no other standard than that of Yahuah. What is an example of standards of ethics? For example, if you read in the book of Uyakara, Yahuah says that a man shouldn't lay with his sister, with his brother, with his father's wife. Should not covet your neighbor and your neighbor's belongings, your neighbor's animal, your neighbor's wife. Examples of that. You live by a standard of ethics in the way you do business, in the way you treat people, in the way you communicate, in the way you act. And so wisdom builds its house, and it sets up its 7 pillars. The number 7 in the scriptures represents completeness. And so if you don't have enough support in the house is going to crumble. You see. And so wisdom takes into consideration not just the beginning work, but wisdom takes into consideration the entire project. Wisdom takes into consideration what the house is going to look like when it's finished. Wisdom takes into consideration if the house is going to be able to withstand the storm. Wisdom takes into consideration, in other words, wisdom takes into consideration the consequences of our actions. In everything that we do, we have to employ wisdom. In our responses, we have to employ wisdom. And so wisdom forces us to think before we act. Wisdom forces us to listen before we speak, and listen and evaluate before we respond. Wisdom forces us to ponder a matter. Wisdom forces us to think about the consequences of our action. While folly, one who behaves out of folly, acts in folly, lives in folly, might only think about their action after the repercussion has come upon them. So wisdom builds her house, hews out its 7 pillars, a strong foundation. A strong foundation. And what does it do next? It says, she has slaughtered her meat, she has mixed her wine, she has also prepared her table. She has sent out her young women, she cries out from the highest places. Wisdom is always looking for the humble, for those who are willing to walk in wisdom. Wisdom is always looking for students. Who is simple? Let him turn in here. As for him who lacks heart, she says to him, come eat of my bread and drink of the wine I have mixed. Leave the simple ones and live, and walk in the way of understanding. He who reproves a scoffer gets shame for himself, and he who rebukes a wrong one gets himself a blemish. He who rebukes a wrong one gets himself a blemish. You see, as we're going to see as we continue to read from the book of Mashali, you got to understand that some fools, you got to leave some fools alone. Some fools, you do not try to correct them. The scriptures tells us that it is better to run into a bear robbed of her cubs than to try to discipline a fool. You see, some fools you need to leave alone. Some fools you say nothing to. It does not matter what you see them doing. You got to know when not to cast pearls. You got to be able to recognize a fool. Yes, fools exist. Christianity tells us that you shouldn't call anyone a fool. The scriptures doesn't say that. You see? We got to be able to recognize a fool when we see a fool. And how do you recognize a fool? You recognize a fool by their actions. You recognize a fool by their deeds. You got to be able to recognize a fool when you see a fool. You recognize them by their fruits. Indeed. And you got to call it what it is. You got to call it what it is. The only problem is with calling somebody a fool is where if you are doing it to elevate yourself. You may be even lying against somebody, mischaracterizing somebody out of your own pridefulness. And so you're calling them a fool. It's a put down so that you can sit high. Yahuah warns us against that. But the reality is, the fact is that there are many fools out there. And we've got to be able to recognize a fool. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, Aki. You see? We've got to be able to recognize a fool. A fool is one you do not cast pearls to. You do not give anything of value to a fool. Because a fool does not have the knowledge required to recognize anything of value. The only way you're going to recognize anything of value is if you have knowledge of that thing. Now imagine this. Imagine going to a flea market. And no, let's say you decide to clean out your basement, clean out your house. You have some stuff that, you haven't used in a long time. You probably got some stuff coming from your great-grandmother, great-great-great-grandmother, or grandmother. Grandmom gave you something, and you just put it away somewhere. And one day you decide, you know what, I don't need all this stuff. I'm going to have a yard sale. Let me put up a sign and I'm going to put it out there in the yard, and whoever come by, I'll sell this for 50 cents, that for $1, and whatever else. Grandmom gave you something, and you don't realize that the thing that Grandmom gave you is something that have quite a bit of history behind it. Tells quite a bit of a story. And as a result of what the story behind it, it is actually something of great value, something of great worth. So you have your yard sale. You don't recognize what it is that you have. Yeah, you gotta wait, baby. You don't recognize what it is that you have. You put it out there and you put $1 on it. Somebody comes along and say, hey, I see you have $1 here for this. Now they might recognize the value in it. You don't. And some people are such that even when they recognize the value in it, recognizing that you don't recognize the value just by the price that you put on it. There's something else behind that. Just by the price that you put on it. You see, a lot of us devalue ourselves. A lot of us devalue our people. And when we devalue ourselves, and when we devalue our people, then even others who know the value of you and know the value of our people, because we devalue ourselves, you know what the wicked will do? They will further devalue the value that you, or the lack of value that you put on you. The lack of value that you put on your people. And so you have this yard sale and you put this thing up, you put $1 on it. Somebody comes along, see the thing, know that it's of great value, see that you have $1 as the list price. And in their wickedness, they say, well, how about 75 cents? You not knowing the value, you sell it to them for 75 cents. Now here it is now, one day you're sitting in the house watching Antique Roadshow. And here comes somebody on Antique Roadshow and say, hey, I bought this at a yard sale and I knew that it was of value. The person selling it didn't know anything about it. I knew it was of value. How much do you think it's worth? And they gave them an astronomical value. of the thing. And now you could kick yourself. And you know why? You know why you gave it away? You know why you devalued it? Because you had no knowledge of it. A lot of our people have no knowledge of themselves. Therefore, they devalue themselves. A lot of people have no knowledge of their heritage. Therefore, they devalue their heritage. They call themselves out of their names. They respond to each other out of their names. They call themselves everything but anything of value. You see. And that's what fools do. A foolish person is a person who lacks knowledge. And you cannot give something of value to someone who lacks knowledge, because he's not going to respect it. You see, and so Yahuah warns us against that. The one lacking knowledge. So in order for somebody to respect a thing, and even to respect themselves, they must gain knowledge of themselves and gain knowledge. In order for our people to respect Yahuah, they must gain knowledge of Yahuah. In order for our people to respect themselves, they must gain knowledge of themselves. That's why the awakening of our people is so much tied to sharing with them our experience as a people. Because our experience as a people is the knowledge needed for wisdom to begin to take root in them. Okay? Now, going back to the text here in Mashali, chapter 7, he says, in Mashali, chapter 9, Proverbs chapter 9, he says, "Do not reprove a scoffer lest he hate you. Reprove a wise one, and he will love you." If you reprove a scoffer, that one will hate you. Reprove somebody wise, and they will love you, because they appreciate it. They see, they recognize what it is that you're trying to do. You see. Verse 7, I think I skipped over verse 7. "He who reproves a scoffer gets shame for himself, and he who rebukes a wrong one gets himself a blemish." He who reproves a scoffer gets shame for himself. So you're trying to reprove a scoffer. Who is a scoffer? Someone who mocks at the truth. Someone who mocks at what makes sense. Someone who mocks at what is pleasant and good. You see, do not reprove a scoffer lest he hate you. Reprove a wise one, and he will love you. Give instruction to a wise one, and he is wiser still. Teach a set-apart one. Teach a righteous one, and he increases in learning. The fear of Yahuah is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the set-apart one is understanding. The knowledge of the set-apart one is understanding. For by me your days become many, and years of life are added to you. So you see, family, wisdom and knowledge add length of days to us. A person who has wisdom and knowledge, their days are lengthened. A foolish person's life is cut short because of their folly. You see? It's in the book of Shamut, I believe, where Yahuah warns about children obeying their parents. And it talks about the child who curses mother and father, and how destruction will come upon them, how death will come to them, you see. And you see, family, when you look at our people, when you look at our young people even, and the way that they're dying in the streets, the way that they're being gunned down by each other, I'm not even talking about the police now, because you know, I saw something on the news the other day, not too long ago. It was in one of those states. I don't remember which one of those states it is now. So many of our people get killed by the police murdered by the police so often that you can't keep track anymore. But it was not too long ago, I don't remember which state it was, where the police had killed this guy. Just not long ago. Maybe a month or two ago, maybe, or a month and a half, maybe. Police had killed this guy. I think that was a situation where they said that he had a gun. I don't remember what the case was, but exactly, so many of them. But the police killed him. So his brother was on the TV, and his brother was saying that we're not killing us, they're killing us. His brother was saying. Okay, he was saying that we aren't killing us, but the cops are killing us. And I thought, wow, that's either ignorance or disingenuous. Because even though the police kill a lot of our people, it's nothing, the numbers is nothing compared to us killing us. You see? The numbers are really nothing comparable to us killing us. Too many times we turn the TV on every day and in every city here in America, and not just in America, but around the world, if you should be able to see those news. And what you will see is even our people killing each other, our people fighting against each other. You see? Tearing each other down in alarming numbers. But one of the reasons why I believe that's happening is because of the lack of discipline, the lack of honor, and the lack of respect, even for parents. You have children who do not, and they might have good reasons, but you have children, they might have reasons that could be understood. Let me put it that way. But you have children who don't have any respect for their parents. They curse mother and they curse father. And therefore, it's no surprise that you see so many of our young people dying the way they are. Because they have no respect and they have no fear. They have no respect for mother or father. They curse mother, they curse father. Yahuah says the one who does this will be cut off. The one who does this will be destroyed. The one who does this will die. They have no wisdom. They have no understanding. They have no knowledge. They have no fear. It says, give instruction, verse 9, to a wise one, and he is wiser. Still teach a righteous one, and he increases in learning. The fear of Yahuah is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the set apart one is understanding. For by me your days become many, says wisdom, and years of life are added to you. If you have become wise, you have become wise for yourself. And if you have scoffed, you alone bear it. A foolish woman is loud, simple, and without knowledge. You don't want a loud woman. A loud woman is a sign of folly, a symbol of folly. And even a man, for that matter. It's not just a woman, but even a man. You don't want a brawler. You don't want somebody who is loud and brash. A foolish woman is loud, simple, and without knowledge. And so a loud woman is a simple woman. A loud man is a simple man, have no knowledge. For she has seated herself at the door of her house, on a seat by the highest places of the city, to call to those who pass by, who go straight on their way. Who is simple, let him turn in here. And as for him who lacks heart, she says to him, stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. You know what? That is actually true to a point. So, folly sits and waits to lure the simple. And its selling point is that stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. Yes, it feels good when you're doing something you know you shouldn't be doing and you have the feeling that you're getting away with it. It feels good. The scriptures tells us that sin, transgression is pleasurable, but it is only for a moment, because there is a thrill that comes with doing something where you know if you get caught, you're going to be in trouble. There's a certain thrill that comes with doing it and not getting caught. Stolen waters are sweet, but you will be caught. You will be found out. Because that which is done in secret will be rewarded openly. That which is whispered in the ear will be proclaimed from the rooftops. Stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. But he does not know that the dead are there. Her guests are in the depths of the grave. And so when people come to you and they want to whisper lies about others, they want to connive and they want to plot, Yahuah warned us to stay away from it. You see, Yahuah warns us to stay away from foolish behavior, foolish actions, because even though it might seem appeasing and it might seem satisfying right now, whatever the action, whatever the behavior, if it ain't right, then there's a price to pay. If it is transgression, then there's a price to pay. So it might taste good right now. It might feel good right now. It might look good right now. But participating will only bring sorrow later. It says, stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. But he does not know, the foolish does not know, that the dead are there. Her guests are in the depths of the grave. You know, that's the other thing when we find ourselves consumed in transgression, when we fall into the temptation and we begin to hang out with folly. What happens is gradually we begin to lose feelings. Gradually we begin to lose a sense of what is right and what is wrong. Gradually we begin to make excuses for our wrong behaviors. Gradually we begin to justify what is wrong as being right. And before you know it, we can find ourselves in a place where we have convinced ourselves that what we're doing is absolutely right. That there is nothing wrong with what we're doing. And before you know it, we can find ourselves in a place of, if this is a word, we can find ourselves in a place of reprobacy, being an absolute reprobate. You see, if we live our lives seeking to gratify the flesh, seeking to satisfy the flesh, because the flesh is always desirous. And if our goal, if our aim is to satisfy the flesh, to give the flesh everything that it wants and desires, it would be like having a child and giving that child everything that it desires. What you're doing is you're making that child rotten. You're creating a monster. And the flesh, when it turns into a monster, it's a self-consuming monster. It destroys itself. It self-destructs. Yes, it's a cancer. The flesh is never satisfied. The flesh always wants to be fed. And so what we've got to do is we've got to deny the flesh its desires. Because the more we feed into it, the stronger it gets. And the stronger it gets, the harder it is for us to overcome it. The flesh craves folly. And so we've got to put to death the deeds of the flesh and the desires of the flesh, so that that which is important might live. So that Yahuwah's Ruach in us might thrive. So that Yahuwah can be strong in us. Because the more we give in to the flesh, then the more we lose our voice. The more we lose confidence, the more we lose discipline, the more we lose structure, the more we lose truth. The more we sip on stolen waters, and stolen bread, the more we lose ourselves. Okay. Yes, I see the question. Great question there concerning can we cook on Shabbat. Somewhat different. We're to the end of chapter 9, year of Mashali. So I'm going to go ahead and answer that question. Can we cook on Shabbat? Now, as we answer that question, family, I want to go to the text. And yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yahuwah is more than able. Yes, indeed. Now, I want to go to the scriptures as we answer the question, because it's a misunderstood thing to some extent. But let me read the scriptures and then I'll answer the question. Okay. Now, I want to go to Bamadabar. Numbers chapter 15. That's where I want to go as I prepare to answer that question. Is it okay to cook on Shabbat? Okay, that's the question that's asked. And so let me go to Bamadabar. Numbers chapter 15. And whenever I go here, it always gets me in trouble. It always does. It's my hope that what is written can be clearly seen here. All right. Numbers chapter 15. Gonna begin reading I'm gonna begin reading at verse, let's see,
Aki?
yes, Aki.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the screen.
Oh, okay. Tuda. Let me put it on the screen. Tuda. Let me put that on the screen. Okay, so I want to go to Numbers chapter 15. The question is it okay to cook on Shabbat? That's the question. Okay? It's a twofold answer. Okay? Some people will tell you absolutely not, under no circumstances. I've heard people say that if that's the case, then you gotta fast. You better fast. You can't eat anything, and it don't matter even if children involved. Put them on a fast. Even if it's babies involved, put them on a fast. I've heard people say that. So I want to go to the scriptures here, and I'm going to go to Numbers, Bamadabar, chapter 15. I'm going to begin reading at verse 30 of Bamadabar, Numbers, chapter 15. But the being who does whatever defiantly, whether he is native or a stranger, he reviles Yahuah, and that being shall be cut off from among his people. I want to stop at that verse for a second. Notice the word that is used here, or translated, at least the translated word, defiantly. But the being who does whatever defiantly, whether he is native or a stranger, he reviles Yahuah, he hates Yahuah, he reviles Yahuah, and that being shall be cut off from among his people. All right. Now, Yahuah gives instructions to his people. I'm not done yet, not done reading, but I just want to stop and pay attention, have us pay attention to this word for a moment. Acting in defiance. People responding in defiance. Okay? Yahuah have a problem with that. Yahuah have a problem with people who behave in that way, who act against his instructions out of defiance. Okay? It's one thing to act out of defiance. It's one thing to act out of defiance, as we're gonna see as we continue. It's one thing to act out of defiance. It's another thing to act out of necessity. It's one thing to act out of defiance concerning the instructions of Yahuah. It's another thing to act out of necessity. That's right, Aki. Bold disobedience. What is this defiance? Bold disobedience. Open resistance. Willful resistance. Willful disobedience. Okay, so keep that in mind. Rebellion, that's right. It is rebellion. Okay? But keep this in mind also. It's one thing to act out of defiance. It's one thing to act out of willful rebellion. It's one thing to act out of willful disobedience. And it's another thing to act out of necessity. Okay? It's another thing to act out of necessity. Alright, so let's continue. But the being who does whatever defiantly, whether he is native or a stranger, he reviles Yahuah, and that being shall be cut off from among his people, because he has despised the word of Yahuah. So people do things because they despise Yahuah's word. That one is cut off, and has broken his command. That being shall certainly be cut off. His crookedness is upon him. And while the children of Yasharal were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Shabbat day. And those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Masha and to Haharun and to all the congregation. And they put him in under guard because it had not been declared what should be done to him. And Yahuah said to Masha, the man shall certainly be put to death. All the congregation stoning him with stones outside the camp. And all the congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him with stones, as Yahuah commanded Masha, and he died. Now, we could go into Ziyat. I'm not going to get into that right now. Let me stick with this for a moment here. Now, so what was this man doing, family? Let's talk about it here for a second, because there's some clues here. What was he doing again? What did they catch him doing? They found him gathering sticks. They found him gathering sticks, right? So more than likely, he's gathering sticks because he wanted to start a fire, right? Right? He wanted to start a fire. Now, here's the thing. Here's the question. When in translation, we read about kindling a fire on the Shabbat. Why did is Yahuah saying not to light any fires on Shabbat, or is there more to that? When Yahuah warned against kindling a fire, lighting a fire on Shabbat, is there more to it, or is the command just not to light any fire? There's more to it. There's more to it. You see, family, when we study the scriptures, so as not to corrupt Yahuwah's word, we have to study the scriptures from an historical context. We have to keep in mind the way things were when the instructions were given, the way the people were living, the way they had to live, so on and so forth. We have to keep context in mind when we study the scriptures, because if we don't keep context in mind, we will misrepresent Yahuwah's message to his people. Okay? So when Yahuwah, during this time, in order for a fire to be kindled, in order for the people to start a fire, they would have to, family, check your mic for me. Your mic, somebody's mic is unmuted.
There's a whole God army up there, man. Yeah, like you can never let walk on.
Check your mics for me, family. Okay. Yeah, so in order for contextually now, when the instructions, when Yahuwah gave these instructions, in order for the people to start a fire, they would need to go out and labor. They would need to go out and labor. The command that Yahuwah gave for Shabbat is against labor. Okay? The command that Yahuwah gave concerning Shabbat is against laboring on the Shabbat. Okay? So the people were not to labor on the Shabbat. That's right, Akut. So kindling, in order to kindle a fire, they had to labor. And the command was not to labor on the Shabbat. That's why when this man was caught gathering sticks, what was he doing? He was laboring. He was laboring on the Shabbat. You see, he was laboring on the Shabbat. Now keep this in mind also. This man, at this time in Yasharal's history, Yasharal was not in captivity. Yasharal was governing themselves. Is that right, family? They were governing themselves. They were on their way to the land. At this particular time, they were actually in the wilderness, but they were governing themselves. Right? They were governing themselves. And as a people who were governing themselves, the nation was set up around the instructions. In other words, the way that the nation functioned, the way society functioned, the way the economy functioned, it was set up around the Torah of Yahuah. You see where I'm going? It was set up around the instructions of Yahuah. In other words, what I'm saying is, the work week was set up, the Torah determined what Yasharal's work week was going to be. Right? In captivity, does Torah determine what our work week is going to be in captivity? Or does a lawless system determine the way the society works in captivity? The way the economy works in captivity? A lawless system determines how the economy works in captivity. Right? But master system determine how the economy works in captivity. But for Yasharal, when Yasharal governs itself, when Yasharal is governing themselves, the Torah determines how society works. And so because Torah determines how society works, then the work week is set up in such a way to give everybody time to do what they have to do before Shabbat. So the fact that this man is living in a lawful society, is living in a Torah society, among other people who are living in a Torah society and operating according to Torah, and to find him now out there gathering sticks on Shabbat when he had no reason to, other than he made up in his mind that he wasn't going to do according to the instructions of the land. He wasn't going to operate according to the way the land operates. He's going to do his own thing. So he's going to deliberately and willfully disobey the instructions of Yahuah. You see? He is the one spoken of in verse 30. The one who deliberately go against the instructions. He had no reason to go against the instruction. If he just operated the way society was operating, he would have been fine. He would have got done what he needed to get done, and he wouldn't have to be out there gathering sticks on Shabbat. Okay, so he was being willfully disobedient. And so what he was doing was he was laboring on Shabbat. It wasn't the fire that he was starting that was the problem. The problem was that he had to labor in order to start the fire. Okay, that's key now. The problem is that he had to labor in order to start the fire. So when Yahuah says do not kindle a fire on Shabbat, he's not saying you can't light a fire on Shabbat. People lit fires on Shabbat. Okay? People lit fires on Shabbat. Fires had to be lit on the Shabbat. You see? Whether it be for the sacrifices or even to light their houses, fires had to be lit on the Shabbat. What Yahuah is warning against is laboring on the Shabbat. And so preparation was made. You see? Preparation was made. Now, so it was really all about laboring. You see? Now, coming closer to the question of whether or not you can cook on Shabbat, it becomes a matter of whether it's let me back up. Because the fact of the matter is this. We have to understand that as a people in captivity, we seek to honor Yahuah. We assemble on the Shabbat and we seek to honor Yahuah. But Yahuah's instruction also says, by the way, let me read his instructions word for word before I say what I'm about to say. Let me read his scriptures before I say what I'm about to say. All right, let me go to, let's see. Is it Numbers chapter 4? Let me see. I want to think Deuteronomy chapter 4. Let me go to Deuteronomy chapter 4 very quickly. There are many places in the scriptures that says this, but let me go to Deuteronomy uh, uh, chapter 4. Okay. Microphone open there somewhere, family. So
It's me, Aki. I'm trying to find it again.
oh, got you. Okay, I'll get it for you, Aki. Oh, yeah, I think you might have found it.
No, I'm trying to pop it out and it
Oh,
wouldn't come
okay.
back.
Let me
You know
see.
what?
I'll get it.
Go ahead and find it. I'll
Yeah.
find it when you get a chance.
No problem. I got it, Aki. Ta-da. Okay. All right. Now, so Numbers chapter 4. Numbers chapter 4. Let me read this for you. And now, O Yasharal, listen to the Torah, the laws and the right rulings which I am teaching you today to do, so that you live, and shall go in and possess the land which Yahuah Alakim of your fathers is giving you. Now pay attention to this. Do not add to the word which I command you, and do not take away from it, so as to guard the commands of Yahuah, your Alakim, which I am commanding you. What did he say, family? What did he say there? Let me see. Let me get it. I want to get some responses. Let's see. What did he say about his word? Do not add or take away. Do not add or take away. Tuda. Tuda Rabbah. Do not add or take away from my commands. He says, do not add and do not take away from my instructions. That's what Yahuah says. Keep that in mind now. All right, let's go to another one. Let's go to another one. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 12. Deuteronomy chapter 12. I want to think about verse 32. Okay? Now, verse 32, Deuteronomy chapter 12 and verse 32. Let me make sure that I'm sharing. Yes, I am. Deuteronomy chapter 12 and verse 32. All the words. Did Yahuah say some? What word did he say? Did he say some of the words, or did he say all the words? All, right? Very important now. All the words. Okay? All the words. Keep that in mind now. All the words I am commanding you, guard to do it. How many of them should we guard to do? How many of them were we commanded to guard to do? All of them. But there is something about that guarding to do all of them, because the words are also connected to the land, okay? And that's something else. That's another study. But all of them we are to guard to do. But to put it in context, the land, when you're talking about guard to do, all is connected to the land, okay? There's a misunderstanding on that. That takes some time. I'm not trying to get deep into it right now. All the words I am commanding you, guard to do it. Do not add to it, nor take away from it. Do not add to it, nor take away from it. Okay, so there we see it again, right, family? Yahuah says, do not add, do not take away, but do according to all that I command. Okay? Okay? Do according to all that I command. Do not add to it, do not take away from it. That means every instruction that Yahuah gives us concerning every matter, concerning every subject, if it's Shabbat, in order for us to keep the Shabbat, then we have to be doing what? Some of the words concerning Shabbat, because you know that Shabbat have a law for itself, right? That Shabbat have its own law. right? Listen, Yahuwah's word can be broken up into different subject matters. So concerning marriage, there is a law for marriage. And concerning marriage, we have to live according to we have to do according to all the words of the law of marriage. Concerning parenting, there's a law for parenting. We have to do according to all the words. Concerning whatever it is, concerning animals, how you keep your animals, how you deal with your neighbor, there's a law for that, and we must do according to all, right? Concerning Shabbat, there is a law for Shabbat, and to keep Shabbat, we must do according to all, so on and so forth. Concerning the feasts, the different feasts and the appointed times of Yahuwah, there is a law for each one. There is a law for each, and to keep them, to do them, we must do according to all the laws, right? Okay, so keep that in mind now. So Yahuwah says, all the words I am commanding you, guard to do it. Do not add or take away from it. Okay, do not add or take away from it. Keep that in mind. We're not done yet. I want to emphasize this. And Yahuwah says it a lot. It's in the scriptures a lot where he talk about not adding and taking away, nor taking away. But let's jump over to one more real quick, and then I'm going to come back and wrap this up. Okay, let's go over to the book of Katsun, Revelation. Okay, let's go over to Revelation. Remember now, Yahuwah is warning about not adding and not subtracting. No, baby, you can't be under there. Okay, so adding and subtracting. That's what Yahuwah is warning about. Adding and subtracting. What chapter is that again? Chapter 22, I believe. Adding and subtracting. Yahuwah is warning about that. Okay. In chapter Katsun, Revelation chapter 22, verse 18. For I witness to everyone hearing the words of the prophecy of this book. If anyone adds to them, Elohim shall add to him the plagues that are written in this book. And if anyone takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, Elohim shall take away his part from the book of life and out of the set apart city which are written in this book. So Yahuwah have a lot to say about adding to and taking away from, and he says that you are to do according to all the words that he has commanded. Okay? So when you're going to do anything, you have to do according to all that he has commanded, or you're not doing anything. If you're not doing according to all, you're either adding or you're subtracting. Ain't that right? Because if you're not doing according to all, and then you find yourself doing some other stuff that he didn't say, then now you find yourself adding. And if you're not doing according to all, because there's something you can't do, now you're finding yourself subtracting, but then praising yourself, saying that you're doing something, but yet you're not doing it according to all that he has said for you to do. Right? Okay, let's look at one more real quick. One more, and then we're going to really drive the point home. Okay, let's go to the book of Bamadabar, Numbers chapter 9. Let's go to Numbers chapter 9. Numbers chapter 9. Computer's a little slow. Let's go to Numbers chapter 9. Numbers chapter 9. I'm just going to read verse 5. So they performed the Passover on the 14th day of the first moon between the evenings, which is actually pointing to now the 15th day, in the wilderness of Sinai, according to what? Can you see that, family? Let me scroll up. How did they perform it? According to all that Yahuwah commanded Moshe, so the children of Yasharal did. So as we study the scriptures, when Yasharal is in obedience, obedience means that you are doing according to all. Disobedience means that you are leaving off some or you're adding some. You're making up your own stuff. But when Yasharal is in obedience, what we always find the scripture saying is that they're doing according to all that Yahuah commanded. Okay? Thank you, Aki. That's another example. Uyakara chapter 18 verse 3, Leviticus 18 verse 3. Do not do as they do in the land of Matzrayim where you dwelt, and do not do as they do in the land of Canaan where I am bringing you, and do not walk in their laws, right? But do according to what I have commanded. Okay? Do according to all. All right. There's a reason why I took the time to go through those scriptures about doing according to all, because I don't want to offend anyone. Not my intent here. I just want to share the truth, family. That's all I want to do. Every time the subject come up, I find that I offend a lot of people and I get called a lot of stuff. Nonetheless, I'm not concerned with being called stuff, but I sincerely don't want to offend anybody. My only intent and desire is to share the truth. Okay? Now, even though there are many people living in captivity who are convinced and are persuaded, and some even congratulate themselves and even praise themselves on keeping the Shabbat and on keeping the other feasts of Yahuah, which the Shabbat is a feast also. Even though there are many people living in captivity who praise themselves and congratulate themselves and their friends who think they are actually keeping Shabbat. Even though there are many self-congratulations going around and self-proclamations, the fact of the matter is, family, that it is impossible. It is impossible. If what we're going by is all the instructions that Yahuah gave concerning Shabbat, if what we're going by is all the words concerning Shabbat, then it is impossible for us to keep Shabbat in captivity, or for us to proclaim, or for us to congratulate ourselves, for us to praise ourselves and say that we are keeping the Shabbat in captivity. It is impossible for anybody to keep the Shabbat or any of Yahuwah's feast in captivity based on the instructions that are in the scriptures. Because Yahuwah says, for you to do it, you must do it according to all the words I command. And there are some words that's impossible for us to do in captivity. You see, because some of the instructions are uniquely connected to the land. And if you're not in the land, it's impossible for you to follow those instructions according to all the words commanded by Yahuwah. Right? So I went to the book of Bamadabar, Numbers chapter 9, just now. And a lot of people don't realize why Yahuwah set up a rain date, so to speak, for the feast. You see. Absolutely. Absolutely, Akut. That's because we're a people in captivity living in a society that does not think anything about the instructions of Yahuwah, is not built around the instructions of Yahuwah. Whereas when we are a free people living in our own land, Yahuwah's instruction is our constitution, and life is built around the constitution. Here, in our captivity, life is built around rebellion against the constitution of Yahuwah. You see. So here is what we must understand, family. This is what we must understand when we talk about the subject of Shabbat and what we can and can't do on Shabbat, or what we are or not doing on Shabbat. First, we must understand that there is not a single person living in captivity who can pat themselves on the back and talk about them keeping Shabbat. Because family, while we assemble, while we come together on this day and we fellowship and we give esteem to Yahuah and we study His Word, we do so with a longing, with a desire to be regathered to our home where we can keep the Shabbat. But this is not keeping Shabbat. This is not keeping Shabbat. Some people confuse assembling with keeping. Keeping Shabbat goes deeper than that. There are more to the instructions. The problem is that a lot of people out there teaching and condemning people don't even know the instructions concerning Shabbat. So we need to understand that we're really not keeping Shabbat. Now, Yahuah says, do not add, do not take away. And some people now, because they find themselves in a place where they're not in the land and we can't do exactly what we should be doing to keep Shabbat, they make up, what's the word you would use now? They improvise. They improvise. So they make up their own customs. They make up their own traditions. You see? They make up their own customs, they make up their own traditions. So they make up their own laws about Shabbat in captivity. You see? But what are you doing when you do that? You're taking away and you're adding. Okay? So when I say what I'm about to say, please understand that I'm not trying to add no traditions and take away anything. I understand that it's impossible for us in captivity to keep Shabbat. But what I try to do is on Shabbat, I try to make that time, I try to dedicate as much of that time, as much of that day as possible to fellowshipping with my family in Yasharal and to reflecting on Yahuah, not to be distracted by anything else if possible. And so if I can cook before Shabbat or after Shabbat, then I'm going to do that so that I can take this day to reflect on Yahuah. You see, so my reason for cooking is not to praise myself and to think that, oh, I didn't cook today, I kept Shabbat. No, I didn't keep Shabbat. It's impossible for me to keep Shabbat in captivity. You see, I did spend my day in fellowship with my brothers and sisters in Yahuah, studying the word of Yahuah, you see, and reflecting on His truth, growing in His truth, you see. But even then, again, the command about kindling a fire was about laboring. It's not about lighting a fire, it's about labor. Nowadays, you ain't got to work to light a fire. You see? I could go in the kitchen, turn the stove on, I don't even have to strike a match. Go click, 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 and it lights itself. You see? I don't have to labor to turn on my stove. I don't have to labor to light the house. You see? But some people get, overly zealous and really think that they're doing something. But again, what I do is I try to make sure that I do whatever I can to make sure that I can spend this day fellowshipping with my family and reflecting on Yahuah. But there is a place for necessity, doing what's necessary on the Shabbat. Okay? So what about the person who, for one reason or another, out of necessity, find themselves in a place they have nothing to eat, and the only way they're going to be able to eat something is by making a little oatmeal, or they have to make something? Well, even in the land, there was a place where the people were allowed to do what is necessary on Shabbat. even while Yasharal was in the land. You see, even while they were in the land, Yahuah made space, Yahuah made place, made room out of his understanding, made room for them to do what is necessary on Shabbat. You see, so even among, you know, that to do the work of the Haykal was laboring on Shabbat, but it was necessary. The priest had to labor on Shabbat, but it was a necessary labor. It was a necessary labor. Yahusha was criticized when him and his taught ones, when they picked corn, walking through the cornfield on Shabbat. The people criticized them. They say, oh, that's laboring. You're harvesting on the Shabbat. That ought not to be. You see? What did Yahusha say to them? Yahusha said, okay, how about Dahoud? He said, did not Dahoud eat the unleavened bread from the Haykal? Why did Yahusha bring that up? Because Dahoud was given unleavened bread, something that only the priest was allowed to eat. But Dahoud and his men were given the unleavened bread out of necessity, because there was nothing else for them to eat. Were they struck dead? No, they weren't. Because Yahuah understood the situation. Yahuah knew the situation. And Yahuah knew that it was not being done out of willful disobedience, out of rebellion. It was being done out of necessity. So Yahuah has always made room for the people of Yasharal to do what is necessary on Shabbat. Not out of rebellion, but if a person had to labor out of necessity, even in the land, Yahuah made room for that. Now much more in captivity. Because in captivity, it's impossible for anybody to say that they're keeping any of Yahuwah's feast in captivity. And the only way you can come to that understanding is by knowing the instructions pertaining to these times. A lot of people talk about the feast and talk about Shabbat. But I tell you what, some people's study begins and ends with Shamut chapter 31. And I'm going to read what it says. Some people, when it comes to Shabbat, this is all of their study. Shamut chapter 31 and a couple verses in Ezekiel chapter 20. And they say this is as far as they study concerning Shabbat, and they feel and they have convinced themselves that they have studied and that they know all about Shabbat. They'll tell you Shabbat is a mark on the people. Therefore, you must keep it no matter where you are. And that's not what the scripture says. That's lying against Yahuah. That's lying against his word. It doesn't say that. Okay? It says Shabbat is a mark, therefore you must keep it wherever you are. That's not true. That's not according to the scriptures. Shabbat is a mark. You see. But the scripture don't say, therefore keep it wherever you are. You see. It's not true. But some people's study of Shabbat only covers a couple verses from Shamut, couple verses here and there, and the verses that talk about Shabbat being a mark. That's all their study on Shabbat covers. Okay? And so, when it comes to Shabbat, they'll quote or put up verses like this, but they never read the actual instructions. You see, these aren't the actual instructions. This is the declaration, but it's not the instructions concerning the feast day. I'm talking about Shabbat. Shabbat is a feast day. This is the declaration made by Yahuah, but it's not the instruction. But they confuse the declaration with the instruction. So this is where some people's study of Shabbat begins and ends. Shamut chapter 31, beginning in verse 12, and Yahuah spoke to Masha, saying, and you speak to the children of Yasharal, saying, my Sabbaths or my Shabbatah you are to guard by all means, For it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, to know that I, Yahuah, am setting you apart. And you shall guard the Sabbath, for it is, and you shall guard Shabbat, for it is set apart to you. Everyone who profanes it shall certainly be put to death. For anyone who does work on it, and guess what? That's in the land he's talking about. That being shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days' work is done, and on the seventh is a Shabbat of rest, set apart to Yahuah. Everyone doing work on Shabbat day shall certainly be put to death. And the children of Yasharal shall guard the Shabbat, to observe the Shabbat throughout their generations as an everlasting contract. Here's another thing, interesting thing. People don't understand this throughout your generations, because it's throughout your generations, and even as it says, some translations say forever, is while they are on the soil, as long as they're in the land. When you're kicked out of the land, what happens according to Yahuwah's word? Yahuwah says he stripped them. Yahuwah strip us. When he kick us out, when we are kicked out of the land, we are also stripped of his Torah. We're stripped of his instructions. Go back there. We're stripped, you see, excommunicated, so to speak. That's right. You see? We're stripped. Okay? And many people don't understand that. And the children of Yasharal guard the Shabbat, to observe Shabbat throughout their generations as an everlasting contract. Between me and the children of Yasharal, it is a sign forever. That's the word forever there. As long as you are in obedience. Until something changes. Literally, that's what the word that's translated forever means. Until something changes. It will be a sign between me and you until you mess up or until something changes. For in 6 days Yahuwah made Shemayim and Arats, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. And when he had ended speaking with him on Mount Sinai, he gave Moshe 2 tablets of the witness, tablets of stone written with the finger of Elohim. So, I could go into more scriptures, but I don't want to drag it out right now because it's not the subject of study. But to answer the question, Aki, again, Yahuwah has always made plays for doing what's necessary on Shabbat. And another thing is, we have to keep in mind, as people in captivity, that in captivity we have been stripped. The instructions was given for the land. Okay, I'll just go to one more text to kind of highlight that a little bit. Okay, I'm going to go to one more scripture to highlight that a little bit. Maybe 2 of them. Real quick. I just want to, for anybody who might be listening, I know might be a little bit skeptical. You may not have ever heard this said before. And I understand there's some skepticism. What is this guy talking about? He making up his own stuff now? Okay, so for that reason, I have a responsibility to give some clarity, right? To let the scriptures speak. So I want to highlight just a few things real quick. Maybe use a couple more scriptures to highlight a certain points, okay? I'm reading now from Dabarim, Deuteronomy chapter 6. Okay? Deuteronomy chapter 6. Now the context of this is, of Dabarim, of Deuteronomy, the context here is that Yahuwah is delivering his people. Okay, he's delivering his people. What is he delivering them from, family? Here in Dabarim. What is he delivering them from? Bondage. And where is he delivering them to? The promised land, to the Aki. So he's redeeming his people. He's delivering them out of Matzrayim. He's delivering them from bondage, and he's delivering them to the promised land. Okay, to Yasharal. And so now they're getting ready. If I should ask you, family, in the book of Dabarim, the book of Dabarim, what's getting ready to happen? If you could sum up the big picture. The book of Dabarim, what's getting ready to happen when Yahuah began to speak here in the book of Dabarim to the people? He's giving them instructions because something is getting ready to happen. They're getting ready to do what? They're getting ready to cross over, right? They're getting ready to cross over into the promised land. They're getting ready to cross over into Canaan. So before they even set foot in the land, Yahuah says, okay, now, it's like bringing somebody to your house, right? And they're going to live with you. And you stop at the door with them before they enter into the house and say, okay, now I understand that you have a history. I understand that while you were living over there with so-and-so, you had a certain way of behaving. There was a certain way of living over there. No, but in my house, the rules are different. And so even before you step inside this house, I need you to understand this, and that. This is the way we operate. This is the way we live in this house. And so by you coming to live here in this house, this is the expectation. And so what you do is, before they even set foot in the house, you sit down with them and you lay down the rules. Okay? Let me give you an example of that. A more literal example. We had a family member not very long ago that had a situation, and they asked if they could come and live with us for a while. Oh, this family member have some really intrinsic rebellious ways, and they love to push Jesus and rub it in your face and a bunch of stuff. And so we don't have a problem letting them come to live with us. But what we did was, we decided, my wife and I, to sit down with this family member and to make things clear that we live a certain way and we believe in our way of life, and we don't give esteem to idols. We don't esteem Jesus. We don't esteem God, the Lord, and so on. We esteem Yahuah. And so, if you're going to be living here with us, the whole Jesus this and God that and stuff, I'm sorry, but we can't entertain that in our home. It's idolatry. And so we sat down and we had a conversation with this person. Well, after we got done talking, the person didn't say whether or not they were still coming, but we found out a few days later that they weren't interested in coming, because they have one intent. They intend to come and live in our house, going by their rules. And we say, well, no, we can't do that. Give me just a second. And our approach was that, well, we don't live that way, and it can't be that way, you see. And so, because this person have no interest in conforming to the rules of the house, the rules of the land, so to speak, that person decide, okay, I'll just find somewhere else to be. Okay? So what Yahuah was doing in the book of Dabarim, he was getting ready to bring Yasharal into the land. And what he did was, before they set foot in the land, he had a sit down with them. And he went over his instructions with them. And he says, this is the expectation. If you're going to live in my land, then this is how you are expected to behave. So the instructions are very much connected to the land. The instructions are very much connected to the place. Now, if you don't want to live by these rules, then you don't have to enter. But if you do decide to enter, then the expectation is that you're going to live by these instructions. So the instructions are connected to the land. That's why when the people begin to disobey, when the people begin to go against the instructions, that's why that's why they're put out of the land. You see that, family? When they begin not to abide by the rules of the house, then they have to leave the house. You can't stay in the house and continue to live by your own rules. No, that if the father allows that, the father would be dysfunctional, right? So when the people begin to act up, they're put out. So, oh, you want to act up? Then go over there where you can live any old way you want to live. But if you're going to live in this house, then you got to abide by the rules of this house. And that's what Yahuah was doing with the people. So I'm going to read a couple of texts here real quickly to make the point for those who may not, if you're hearing this for the first time, so you know that I'm not making it up. It's actually written in the scriptures. It's just that there's a whole host of teachers out there who, for one reason or another, I don't know why, maybe they don't see it yet. Some of them see it and ignore it. Some of them refuse it. I know that some of them have seen it. I've been in conversations and I've been criticized by some of them. So I know that they've seen it. I know they've heard it. They just refuse to receive it, you see. No, so I'm going to read a couple for anyone who might not be aware, okay? I'm going to read a little bit of Yahuwah's words. So again, to give you some context of what's getting ready to happen, this is where Yahuwah is getting ready to have a sit down with the people before he actually bring them into his house. You see, Canaan is the house of Yahuwah. Literally, Canaan, the promised land, is the house of Yahuwah. Literally, because that's where Yahuwah is going to dwell with his people. So Yahuwah says, before I bring you into my house, right now, right here, before you cross over, I'm going to lay out the rules to you. These are the ground rules. Now, you can either abide by them and live in the house, or choose not to abide by them, and you're going to have to find somewhere to be. Okay? And so that's it. To the Aki for posting, 1 Malachim, 1 Kings 11:36, and this, and to his son I give one tribe, so that my servant Dahud shall always have a lamp before me in Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen for myself to put my name there. Jerusalem is chosen city. Okay, now let's go over here to so to give you some context, Dabarim chapter 1, I'm not going to read a whole lot from it. I'm going to go over to chapter 6 here, and then I'm going to go over to chapter 12 real quick also. These are the words which Masha spoke to all Yasharal beyond the Yarden, before they crossed over the Yarden. That's what that's saying. In the wilderness. So they were in the wilderness right before they get ready now to cross over the Yarden. In the plain of opposite of Suf, between Paran and Tafal and Laban and Atsarath and the Saab. 11 days journey from Horab by way of Sinai of Seir to Kadesh Barnea. Okay, now I just want to read that first verse to show you where they're at. Okay, that they're getting ready to cross over the Jordan, that they're on the other side of the Jordan getting ready to cross over to go into the promised land. But Yahuwah gave his servant instructions to give to them. Okay, now maybe I should read a little bit more. Verse 3, and it came to be in the 40th year, in the 11th moon, on the first day of the month, that Masha spoke to the children of Yasharal according to all that Yahuwah had commanded him concerning them, after he had smitten Sion and so on. So here it is, he's laying down the instructions that Yahuwah gave him to give to the people. Why? Because they're getting ready to cross over. Okay, let me jump over now to chapter 6. And this is the command, the laws, the Torah, and right rulings, which Yahuwah your Elohim has commanded to teach you to do where? To do where, family? Let me, if everybody can see the screen, so I'm going to ask you to answer that. To do where? Now, because Yahuwah is giving them instructions, but the commands, and he said that they're supposed to do the commands somewhere. Where? He tells them where. Does the text tell us where? Let me find. In the land. There it is. In the land. To do where? In the land. It says it right there. Why do so many people miss that? And you know what? It's all over the scriptures. It's everywhere you read in Torah. In the land. It's all over the place. In the land, in the land, in the land, in the land. Okay? It's all over the place. Okay? Home in the land. That's right. And this is the command. The laws and right rulings which Yahuwah your Elohim has commanded to teach you to do in the land. To do in the land. In the land which you are passing over to possess. Okay, let me ask you, family, is that clear or is that clear? Could it be stated any clearer? Crystal clear. You see? To do in the land. Yes, what is that land? Where is that land? That land is the land of Yashar, not America, not China, not England, not Trinidad, not Jamaica, not the Bahamas, not you name it. The land is the land of Yashar, and the city of that land is Jerusalem. In the land. Okay? So he says, and this is the command, the laws and right rulings which Yahuwah your Elohim has commanded to teach you to do in the land which you are passing over to possess, so that you fear Yahuwah your Elohim to guard all his laws and his commands which I command you, you and your son and your grandson all the days of your life, and that your days be prolonged in the land. And you, it don't say it there, but it should, really. It's not written, but it just goes without saying. And you shall hear, O Yasharal, and shall guard to do, that it might be well with you in the land, and that you increase greatly, as Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers has spoken to you, in a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Yasharal. Hear, O Yasharal. Yahuwah our Elohim, Yahuwah is Akkad. First and foremost, know that he is by himself. Okay? And you shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart and with all your being and with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart. Watch this now. We're going to read a little bit more. As a matter of fact, and these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart. And you shall impress them upon your children, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house where? In the land. And when you walk by the way, when you walk down the street, is he saying when you walk down Euclid Avenue, when you walk down Martin Luther King Way, when you walk down Broadway, when you walk down this way, when you walk down that way, in the land. And when you lie down and when you rise up, and shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlet between your eyes, and you shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. And it shall be, when Yahuwah your Elohim bring you where? Into the land, of which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Yatshak, and to Yahakab, to give you great good cities, which you did not build, and houses filled with all kinds of goods, which you did not fill, and wells dug which you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees which you did not plant. How do we know Yahuwah ain't talking about this land we're in? Because in this land where we're in, everything we live in we built. We are the ones that built this country. Yahuwah said the promised land is a place where you're going to possess and you didn't build it. So we know that this ain't the land because this land was built by us. And Yahuwah says, I'm bringing you into a place, you're going to live in houses that you did not build. You're going to drink water from cisterns that you did not dig. You see. You're going to eat fruit from trees that you did not plant. This land, the lands of our captivity, are built off the sweat of our backs. So this can't be the land that he is making reference to. Okay? And it shall be, when Yahuwah your Elohim brings you into the land of which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov, to give you great and good cities, which you did not build. Great and good cities which you did not build. And houses filled with all kinds of goods, which you did not fill. And wells dug, which you did not dig. Vineyards and olive trees, which you did not plant. You shall eat and be satisfied. Be on guard in the land. Be on guard in the land, lest you forget Yahuwah, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. Fear Yahuwah. Be on guard, lest you forget Yahuwah, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. Fear Yahuwah your Elohim and serve him, and swear by his name. All right, now let's go. Call upon his name is what that is. Live by his name. Let me go over one more real quickly. Again, emphasizing what Yahuwah has to say about the land and the misrepresentation of his word. Okay? This is Dabarim chapter 12. Family, there are many scriptures I can go to for you to see this point. I'm just trying to do something quickly for anyone who might not be aware. And just want you to know, I don't make it up. It's written in his word. These are the laws and right rulings which you guard to do where? These are the laws and right rulings which you guard to do where? What does it say here, family? Let me let you say it. If you're seeing what I'm seeing. In the land. To guard to do in the land. That's what Yahuwah's word says. Guard to do in the land which Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers is giving you to possess all the days that you live on the soil. So as long as you're living on the soil, these instructions are for you to follow exactly according to all that I've commanded you. As long as you're living on the soil, you must do them according to all that I've commanded. These are the laws and right rulings which you guard to do in the land which Yahuwah your Elohim of your fathers is giving you to possess all the days that you live on the soil. All the days that you're in the land. Completely destroy all the places where the nations where you are dispossessing serve their mighty ones, on the high mountains and on the hills and on the evergreen tree. And we could continue, but again, what you're going to see as you read down is talking about in the land. In the land. Okay, so that's what I'm making reference to. Now in verse 5, but seek the place. Seek the place. By the way, let me back up a little bit to verse 4. Do not do so. As a matter of fact, let me back up to verse 3. And you shall break down their altars and smash their pillars and burn their asherim with fire. And you shall cut down the carved images of their mighty ones and shall destroy their name out of that place. Didn't tell us to do that in America. It tell us to do it in the land. Do not do so to Yahuwah your Elohim, but seek the place which Yahuwah your Elohim chooses out of all your tribes to put his name there. What is that place? Aki Franklin just put it up on the screen not too long ago. But seek the place which Yahuwah your Elohim chooses out of all your tribes to put his name there for his dwelling place, and there you shall enter, and there you shall take your burnt offerings. There you shall take your burnt offerings. Where is there? Where is there according to the scriptures, family? Aki Franklin just told us that place is Jerusalem. There you shall take your burnt offerings. There you shall take your sacrifice. There, that place, the place that Yahuwah has chosen, you see. But seek the place where Yahuwah as your Elohim chooses out of all your tribes to put his name there for his dwelling place, and there you shall enter. And there you shall take your burnt offerings and your tithes and the contributions of your hand and your vowed offerings and your voluntary offerings and your firstlings of your herd and of your flock. And there you shall eat before Yahuwah your Elohim and shall rejoice. What is he talking about when he says there you shall eat before Yahuwah? He's talking about the feast. And there you shall eat before Yahuwah your Elohim and shall rejoice in all that you put your hand to do, and your households in which Yahuwah Elohim has baruch you. Do not do as we are doing here today, each one doing whatever is right in his own eyes. You hear that? Do not do as you're doing here today, each one doing what they seem right in their own eyes. That's what people are doing in captivity today. people, each one doing what seemed right in their own eyes, because you have not yet entered the rest into the land and the inheritance which Yahuah your Elohim is giving you. Do not do as you're doing here today. Wait till you go into that place, that set apart place, because you have not yet entered the rest and the inheritance which Yahuah your Elohim is giving you. Family, I could go on and read more and more, but so far, is that clear, or is it clear? Is that clear that Yahuah says that don't be running all over the place, making altars and sacrificing here and there? There is a specific and particular place chosen, and my instructions are tied to that place. To me, it is clear. To me, it is crystal clear. So I don't understand, I must say, I don't understand. How is it? I don't understand how is it that so many of the people teaching our people continue to mislead our people on this subject. So many. And they criticize this truth. They tell their people, anybody who dare to speak this truth, they tell their people have nothing to do with them. Literally. Yep. It is amazing to me. It is amazing. You see, but again, it's the confusion that we're in. And I pray Yahuah make it clear. All right. Praise Yahuah. Well, family, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna take a break. When we come back, we're gonna go to Mashali chapter Proverbs chapter Proverbs chapter 10. I see your flag, Aki Matatyahu. Please go ahead, Aki. Yes.
Okay, you can hear me.
Yes, yes, I can. Yes.
Yeah, just awesome. Just awesome as always. Got clarity, understanding, and that's the whole purpose of us. That's the whole purpose. I mean, as I said to you before, Yahuah has given you that ability, that skill set to clarify the bar, that we can get that understanding, those of us that he has awoken. And I mean, for myself, every time you speak, we come to a lesson, I truly get the understanding. I truly see clearly every time. And that confusion of Babylon, of Christianity, and all the other false religions out there in this world, that stuff, I mean, it's just demolished all that false teaching that was, put upon us because of our disobedience. And I haven't gone nowhere. I can't find no other place other than where I am right now with you and get this clarity. I'm telling you, man. I mean, it's just what can I say? I don't want to sound cliche stuff, but it's just it's a baraka, man. It's a baraka that we have you. Really, it is. I truly thank Yahuah, man. I really do.
Praise Father, Aki. Praise Yahuah, and your words mean much to me, Aki. I praise Father. I praise Yahuah for your encouragement and for your support, for the encouragement of the family, and for your support, because the way of truth is a lonely path. I tell you, the way of truth is a lonely path. And I say that not as a cliche, I say it out of experience, because I have attempted to establish relationships with brothers, who I see out there teaching, and because of simple truths like this, none of them want anything to do with me, you see. And so when to have family who love and appreciate the truth of Yahuah, and accept His truth for what it is. Have no agendas, no motive, and no power struggle or anything like that. That's what I love. That's what I desire. That's what I look for. And so I just want you to know, Aki, and all the rest of my family, that I truly, sincerely love and appreciate you. I love people who love the truth, who love and desire the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And that's what I desire.
Yes, Aki. Praise Yahuwah. I mean, I tell you, I get, who was that, Aki, was that Aki, Keith, or I forgot who it was that said, you know, he was looking forward to coming to fellowship today. You know, likewise. I mean, I literally, when fellowship is over, and I mean, I get kind of, I mean, I say, dang, gone. I gotta wait till I gotta wait next week. but you know, I get when we have fellowship and everyone's here, Bishop Akai, I get rejuvenated, I get energized, I get filled up. Yahuwah fills me up to get me through the week, and I get recharged again when we have assembly again. And I you know, it's life. It's life that Yahuwah has given us to sustain us and get us through these trying times that we're going through today. I mean, it's just pure wicked madness going out here against us.
Yes.
And you know, I just want to touch on one thing also, like you were saying, that appreciate, you know, because of lack of knowledge, we don't know who we are. We disvalue ourselves, and the enemy understands. They know who we are, and they know that we disvalue ourselves, and we in confusion. We don't know who we are, and they augment our disvalue. And that's why they do what we do. I mean, it's a combination of, you know, our disobedience, and then Yahuwah allowing the enemy to come against us to drive us back to Him.
Yes.
But like you were saying, like Yahuwah said, that you know, the wicked, you know, they doing it for their self gratification, not for the edification of Yahuwah.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Indeed, Aki. Indeed. And once again, Tuda for sharing, Aki. Praise Yahuwah. Praise Yahuwah. Now, I see a question, and Akut Shar asked that question based on a conversation on YouTube. I was just monitoring, looking at YouTube. And so I see the question in the comment there. It's coming from Aki M. Harrison. I think the point is there about the Haykal and the priesthood. And so Aki, yes, go ahead, Akut.
Okay, the first part of that question is from Set Apart.
Okay.
Which is, and then the second part is where it said Yahusha made us all priests. That part from M. Harrison. So the first part, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. But the first part is from Set Apart.
Got you. Okay. Tuda Rabbah. So to the first part of the question from Set Apart. Question is, did they keep the feast did they keep, one second, let me go back to it again. Give me just a second. I want to make sure I'm reading it right. Did they keep the Shabbat and feast while in the land of captivity? And the answer to that is no. No, they didn't keep the Shabbat and feast while in captivity. For example, now the only time a feast was kept in captivity was the first Passover, when they were getting ready to come out of Matzrayim. And what a lot of people don't realize is that there is only one Passover, and the Passover was only kept twice in history. In all of history, the Passover was only kept twice. What is commanded to be kept outside of those two times is actually not the Passover. But what is it? Anyone recall what it is? Anybody recall what it is? It's actually not the Passover. It's actually the remembrance of the Passover. Okay? And there are distinct differences between the Passover and the remembrance of the Passover. So the remembrance is to remember what was done. Okay? The remembrance, so the Passover was kept in Mitzrayim. And the Passover points to Yahuah being our deliverer. And when Yahuah manifested himself to deliver his people, he fulfilled the Passover just as it was kept in Mitzrayim. Now, at the same time, while Yahusha was keeping the Passover in that day, while Yahusha kept the Passover, when you study the scriptures, when you study the writings, what you're going to find is that Yahusha kept the Passover one day before the rest of Yasharal kept the Passover. The question is, why was that? Why was that? Because the rest of Yasharal was not keeping literally the Passover. They were keeping the memorial. They were keeping the remembrance. And the remembrance, the memorial, is kept one day later. The Passover was kept on the 14th day. The remembrance is kept on the 15th day, the beginning of the 15th day. So Yahusha fulfilled Passover because it pointed to him. So Yahusha was taken. He kept the Passover at the beginning of the 14th day, him and the taught ones. And while he was sitting, after he had gotten done eating, after they had gotten done eating the Passover, he went out to pray. And while he was out there praying, in the middle of the night, they came to arrest him. And so when they came, they arrested him, they took him that night, and they tried him in the middle of the night, something that was illegal for them to do, but everything that they were doing was illegal. And so they tried him in the middle of the night. They kept him up all night, and then by the next day now, they're trying to get all this done quick. Why are they trying to get it done quick? Because their Passover is coming. Their remembrance is coming. The feast is coming. So they're in a rush trying to get it done. So they're dragging him all over the place, trying to get it done quick. By the time they got to Pilate, they said, we're not going to come in because we don't want to defile ourselves. We don't want to be in there with y'all heathens. We're not going to defile ourselves. So here you go. Y'all take him in there, try him, find him guilty, send him back out and hang him. Get this thing over with, because we got to make sure we look good when by the time it's time for us to keep our feast. Okay? And so Yahusha kept it one day before the rest of Yasharal. He was keeping it exactly the way it was kept in Mitzrayim, because he was the fulfillment of it. And so in keeping it one day earlier, he fulfilled it just like it was kept in Mitzrayim. And he also fulfilled the remembrance, because at the same hour when they would be slaughtering the lamb for the remembrance, at the same hour, he was being slaughtered. Therefore, fulfilling not just the initial Passover that pointed to him, but fulfilling the remembrance lamb that also points back at him. Okay, so he fulfilled it all the way around. Okay, now, so what happens? Translation, again, this is where translation jack us up, because people read the 14th day, but notice in translation when they talk about the keeping of the Passover, it always say between the evenings. Okay, so the remembrance between the evenings, the Passover is always slaughtered on the 14th day, just like it says in the book of Mark and in the book of Yahuchanan. The lamb is always slaughtered on the 14th day. Difference though is in the initial Passover, it was slaughtered at the beginning of the 14th day, ending of the 13th day, beginning of the 14th day, whereas in the remembrance, the lamb is slaughtered at the ending of the 14th day and eaten at the beginning of the 15th day. Okay, when we study the scriptures, this becomes crystal clear, family. It's in there. Okay, now, but so now here's the thing. here's the thing. The question was then about did they keep? So the only time the feast was kept in captivity, the Passover, was the Passover coming out of Matzrayim. But also, notice the request that was presented to Pharaoh. Notice the request that was presented to Pharaoh. When you read in the book of Shamut, Exodus chapter 5, I believe, and chapter 6. When he went to Pharaoh, the request was, he asked Pharaoh, he said, let my people go so that we can go into the wilderness and slaughter. Okay, so that we can go into the wilderness and slaughter. Because Yahuwah never intended for his Passover to be kept in places of captivity. Now you hear people say that Daniel kept the feast in captivity. Not true. That's false. Okay? Not true at all. If you read the text for yourself, you will see it's not true at all. Daniel did not keep the feast in captivity. The scriptures don't say he kept the feast in captivity. The scriptures just say that it was the time, it was the season of the feast. It doesn't matter where in the world you are. The season of the feast is the season of the feast. Don't mean that because it was the season of the feast that he actually kept the feast in captivity. You see? The season of the feast is the season of the feast. You see? It wasn't saying that he kept the feast. So the scripture doesn't say he kept the feast in captivity. And so the people never kept the feast in captivity. Now you have Yasharal who kept the feast disobediently, even in the land. You see? But to keep the feast out of disobedience is not the same as keeping the feast. Why? We just read in the scriptures earlier, where Yahuwah said, you must do it according to all that I command you. Okay? You must do it according to all that I command you. So there is no place in the scriptures where Yasharal kept the feast in captivity and where it was honorable to Yahuwah. The only time Yasharal ever kept the feast in captivity was the Passover, as they were getting ready to come out of Matzrayim. So to answer the question, and again, I didn't go to the scriptures. It would take a lot of time to go through the scriptures on this, but it's in there, okay? So hopefully that helps, Aku. Now, hopefully that helps, Set Apart. Now here is a response now to the next one, which is where people say that, well, you can keep the feast wherever because now each of us are priests and each of us are the temple of Yahuwah. So you can keep the feast wherever. That too is not according to the scriptures. All right, so let's deal with the subject, the issue of being priest, all of us being priest. All right, now, what does that mean? You see, family, Yahuwah have always seen his nation of people, every individual. Yahuwah have always seen every individual in the nation of Yasharal as set apart unto him, as priest unto Yahuwah. Okay, do you believe that? Yahuwah have always seen every individual in Yasharal, or have always desired for every individual in Yasharal to be a priest unto him, in one sense, not in the sense of actually being of the tribe of Louis and serving in the Haykal, not in that sense. But when the translation talk about us being priest unto him, it's really talking about being set apart unto him. Yahuwah has always desired for all of Yasharal to be set apart unto him. So it's really a poor translation that give people the idea that each of us now is of the tribe of Louis. Because that's what somebody is saying when they say we are all priests, the way they're saying it. When they say that, they're saying that we are all priests unto Yahuwah, which is saying that we are all of the tribe of Louis. And that's not true. We are not all of the tribe of Louis. And even though Yahuwah have always desired for every single individual to be set apart unto Yahuwah, which is what the translators translate in saying being priest unto him, it's a poor translation. What Yahuwah is talking about is us being set apart unto him, desiring for every individual of Yasharal to be set apart unto him. Now I'm going to show you that from the scriptures, okay? Because this is easy quick to show. So let me show you from the scriptures that it's a bad translation, and that Yahuwah have always desired for all of Yasharal to be set apart unto him, what the translations would say, what the translators say, being priest unto him. Okay, so now watch this. Let me share this on the screen. I'm going to show you the scriptures. I'm going to show you a few scriptures, but let's start right here in the book of Shamut, Exodus. Okay, I want to make sure everybody can see. Okay, let's see. Exodus chapter 19, Shamut chapter 19. Okay, I'm going to start reading at verse 5. And now, if you diligently obey my voice and shall guard my contract, then you shall be my treasured possession above all the peoples, for all the earth is mine. Okay, now what era was this? Let me ask the question. It's a rhetorical question maybe, but what era was this? Oh, black screen. Sorry, Aki. Let me try this again. Let's see if I can get it to work. Okay. Let me try to get it back on there again. Okay. Let's see. Let me know if you can see now, family. No? Wow. Okay. I'm having some trouble. Give me a second, family. Bear with me just for... You know what? I might have to exit Fuse and come right back in, because it won't let me share. It's showing you a black screen. Now it's showing a blue screen. Okay, I think I might have to exit Fuse and come right back in. I'm going to try that, okay, family? Let me try to exit Fuse and then come right back. Bear with me here just for a second. Okay, let's see. I'm waiting for Fuse to get back
The
up.
audio conference will now begin.
Oh, wow. It knocked everybody
This
out.
conference is being recorded.
I'm sorry about that. Me leaving kind of knocked everybody out. My apologies, family. Okay, I'm gonna... Hopefully everybody can get back here, and didn't realize me leaving was gonna knock everybody off. Alright. Let me... Bear with me here. Yeah, my apologies, Mashpaka. Didn't realize me leaving was gonna knock everybody off. It shouldn't have. But Fuse is acting weird. Let's see. Yeah, wasn't my intent. I wasn't trying to take everybody out, but Fuse did it. All right. Okay. All right. I'm trying to wait for everybody to get back in before I go to the text. Okay. And in the meantime, Aki Franklin is posting some scriptures that are very important to understanding the instructions of Yahuwah concerning his feasts. Truths that a lot of people refuse to teach. You see, because they prefer tradition over truth. Okay, now I'm going to try this again. Try to get... I wonder how many people are back. Is everybody back? Let me just see. Let's check. Yeah, we're still missing some of the family. All right.
Okay, I can't even get the chat. I can't get my chat to pull up.
Oh no?
No, I can't.
Oh wow. You might, you know what? You might have to do a coot, because I had to do this last week. I had to restart my computer, period, and just restart the whole system and log back in. That helped me last time because it was doing the same thing to me.
Oh, okay.
And
I'm
gonna wait. I'll wait till you get back in before I actually finish responding.
Okay, let me do it now.
Okay. All right. Just trying to wait for the family to get back. Know that the technology that we rely on can be a challenge sometimes. Nonetheless, family, I want to thank you for your diligence and your patience, you know, and your willingness to run to run this marathon. All right, let's see. In the meantime, while I'm trying to wait for everybody else to get back, I might let a song play just to give everybody a little bit of time to get back in. Let me just put this song on, give everybody some time.
Just got off, feeling good, headed home, going to tour.
Praise Yahuah. We are back. All right, family. I know that we don't have everybody back here still, but hopefully everyone will be able to get back in here. And I'm sorry, it's just technology and the issues that comes with it, and maybe some attacks in between here and there too. But nonetheless, praise Yahuah. I see the family is still getting back in. Let me see. Akut Shar, are you back, Akut? Were you able to get back in? Okay, praise Yahuah. All right, so I'm going to share my screen here again. And I want to, a couple of things now. Okay, let's get... so where was I going? Okay, I'm putting on the screen. So what I was saying earlier, and by the way, let me just say, praise Yahuah, set apart. I was just looking at on YouTube, trying to keep up during the break there, and set apart. Tuda for raising that question, set apart. And set apart had mentioned that, and I'm sorry. Not sure if it's Aki or Akut, so sorry. Correct me, please. But set apart said, I asked because I know other assemblies who believe we are commanded to observe them in the land of captivity. We look at it as being a rehearsal. Right. So, the whole thing about a rehearsal, that really actually, it's a teaching that came out of Judaism. And the truth is that Yahuah never commanded the feast to be kept or even looked at as a rehearsal. The only command concerning the feast is that they be kept as a remembrance, but not a rehearsal. So, but Judaism came up with this doctrine where they say that, wherever you are, you must keep them as a rehearsal so that you will know how to do them when we're restored. Well, when Judaism ain't being restored to anything, how can you be restored to something that you weren't, you see? But that's a doctrine taught by okay, Akut. Okay, Akut Kalia. Okay, praise Yahuah. Yes, so so that teaching really came out of Judaism, and unfortunately, because what happened to our people, family, is that when we come out of Christianity, and this may be your testimony also, it's certainly the testimony of the majority of our people, when we come out of Christianity, the first place we look to is Judaism, because it resembles truth. But Judaism is actually, like I like to tell people, Judaism is simply Christianity in another skirt. Judaism is quite corrupt and maybe even more dangerous than Christianity, because it resembles the truth in some ways more so than Christianity. And so it can be quite dangerous for our people. Judaism is based on man-made traditions rather than truth. Yes, indeed. So unfortunately they teach things like that, but there is really no truth to that. Yahuah never said to do the feast and appointed time, to do his muadim as a rehearsal. He said do them in remembrance, but not as a rehearsal. And so that's really a Jewish doctrine. Now, going back to the subject of priest. So Yahuwah have always intended for the people of Yasharal, the translations say priest, but really it's a poor translation, because really what Yahuwah is talking about is us being set apart unto him. You see, us being set apart unto him, that's really what is being conveyed. Us being set apart unto him. And Yahuwah has always intended for the entire nation of Yasharal, every individual, to be set apart unto him. Not to say that every individual now is of the tribe of Louis, because the only way you can be a priest unto Yahuwah is if you are of the tribe of Louis, and that's going to be true even in the restored kingdom. We all know that, family. We know that in the restored kingdom, the priesthood will still be that of the tribe of Louis, that there will be a priesthood according to the scriptures, and that it will be chosen of the tribe of Louis according to the scriptures. You see. So it was never intended for everybody now to be priest, and so everybody do their own thing and lead their own thing and whatever else. No, that's a translation misunderstanding. You see? So I started to read from Shamut to show you that this is nothing new, but that this has always been Yahuwah's expectation. So this is in the book of Shamut now, Exodus chapter 19. Okay? This is in Exodus chapter 19, and this is what Yahuwah has to say to Yasharal, to every individual in Yasharal. He says, "And now, if you diligently obey my voice and shall guard my contract, then you shall be my treasured possession above all the peoples, for all the earth is mine. And you shall be to me a reign of priests and a set apart nation." Those are the words which you are to speak to the children of Yasharal. So this idea of us being a royal priesthood, as the translation puts it, a set apart nation, as you will read in the book of Kapha, I believe, for example, and that's where these people who like to tell you that, oh, each of us now, you don't need a specific Haykal and you don't need a priest because every one of us are priests. That's not true. You see, that's just not according to the scriptures. Yahuwah always desired for each person of Yasharal to be set apart unto him. When you see that word priest, that's what it's talking about, being set apart unto Yahuwah. But that does not make you of the tribe of Louis. Now there are other scriptures that I can go to, but before I do that, let me go to Aki Matatyahu. Go ahead, Aki, and in the meantime I might try to pull up a couple other scriptures. But go ahead, Aki.
Yeah, Keith, just touched on that, on the priest thing. Yeah, that's what that Christianity, they filled us up with that foolishness. You're a priest.
Yeah.
Say you're a priest and a prophet of your family, and that's where I was asking that question when I asked, was that pertaining in a sense to the family? Because that's what they instilled when they said that we're all priests and prophets, to the family. So you cleared it up.
Indeed. Praise Yahuwah. Praise Yahuwah. Actually, and I didn't even missed your question, but somebody else had the same had made a comment in the same vein. So praise Yahuwah. I'm glad that it addressed it for you also, because I'd missed your question. So I'm glad that it cleared it up. Now, so again, when we study the scriptures, we find, for example, if you go into the book of Yashayahu and the book of Zakariyahu, you will see where the priesthood is reestablished once Yasharal is regathered and reestablished, you see. And so that's just Christian, like Aki Matatyahu just pointed out. It's just Christian stuff that they have fed us, and not just the Christians, but Judaism have done the same with that, you see. Oh, okay. Yes, I taken it down, Akud. I was thinking of going to I believe it's Yashayahu 66. But then I was thinking, you know what, maybe we should go ahead and take a break, because it's already 5 o'clock. So I was thinking about just taking a break now because I've held you long. So that's what we'll do. And as far as the Haykal, there will, as long as Yasharal is in obedience and is living in a restored state, there will always be the Haykal. The Haykal is not done away with, and people do not replace the Haykal of Yahuwah. And again, a study of the scriptures reveal that fact. All right, so we're gonna take a break here, Mashpaka, and And then, okay, the priesthood, Melchizedek, the priesthood. Yeah, so Melchizedek, the priesthood, is actually pointing to Yahuah being our high priest. That's Melchizedek is a type of Yahuah, you see. Yahuah being our high priest, the one who cleanses us, who redeems us, who delivers us back to himself. And so that's what Melchizedek is all about. Uh, 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 Again, to maybe when we come back from the break, I could go to the text, go to the scriptures, and the writings, like the letter Shahul writing to the people of Yasharal, explaining this in the book of Abarim. That's what he was doing. He was writing, explaining that very same thing about Yahuah being our redeemer. That's why he wrote to the people concerning Melchizedek in the book of Abarim. Okay, Akut. So what I'm gonna do is when we come back, we'll go to that. Okay, but I'm gonna take a break for right now, and then when we'll come back, we'll take a look at Melchizedek. All right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to. What I'm gonna do is praise Yahuah. You're welcome, Nakut. What I'm gonna do is for YouTube, I'll of course have to stop the live stream, but I'm gonna restart a new live stream when we come back, and so once we restart it, that's what we'll do. We'll look at Melchizedek, and then we'll go from there. I won't keep you much longer after that. But family, we're going to take a break. I'm going to stop the live stream on YouTube and on Facebook, and but I'll let some music, maybe even some video. Maybe I'll play some videos during the break here on Fuse, and I'll see you after the break. Okay, so I'm going to put some videos on Fuse, but I'll have to stop the live stream on Facebook and on YouTube, and I'll restart that live stream when we come back. All right. Okay. Let's see.